Since I was born, but now I am getting old.
These recent elections, it's unfortunate that because the two things happened. First of all, one party took over the labor movement, which is one of my favorite movements also, and then it became a regional party more than, whereas it was a marvelous breach into the established two camps. Peter Obi achieved something remarkable there, that he broke that mold. Yes, however, he did not win the election. In addition, my own organization has a monitoring unit. You know the one I'm talking about. And so I could say categorically that Peter Obi's party came third, not even second. And that the leadership knew it. Well, they wanted to do what we call in Yoruba, gbajue.
Have you noticed that thinking for yourself is now considered elitist? That being educated is suspicious? That checking facts is somehow censorship? Congrats, you're living through the collapse of intellectualism. It didn't happen overnight. This was methodical, and here's how it works. Step 1, rebrand ignorance as common sense. If a fact makes them uncomfortable, it's fake news. If history proves them wrong, it never happened. If a scientist explains something, he's part of the agenda. Step 2, attack expertise. Doctors must be lying for profit. Professors indoctrinating your kids. Journalists, secret agents of the deep state. Step 3, replace knowledge with loyalty. You don't need evidence, just the right echo chamber. You don't need research, just rage. And that's how we got here, where banning books is called freedom, where asking questions gets you labeled, where learning makes you the enemy. Because controlling what people think wasn't enough. They had to destroy how we think.
My sister. They said it failed.
That's the IREV. The IREV is separate from the Beavers. The Beavers accredits people and then it's supposed to take a picture and upload it to the IREV. The IREV did not work on that day.
Yes, me and you know the difference between all this. For the average Nigerian, that is all included. And I want to speak to the average Nigerian. What they've sold us, whether it's IRF, whether it's the IRA, what they told us is the Beavers is from this to this. We are promised this Sumpter's meal, and we just had a serve of the starter, and they disappeared with the rest of the food. So we didn't. That is the worst.
Okay now.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not, and I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
Mr. Kurankara máa lọ bèrè sẹ̀mú. Èèyàn tó ṣe náà máa ní pátí mi lè rí àtọ́jú.
Ẹni bàbá ilé bọ́lábọ́lá ọmọ Soludo ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dọ̀ báyìí lábì lùdì lọ́wọ́ lábì lùdì ìgbàlódé ọjọ́dọ̀ àtọ́jú lùdì àtọ́jú létí àtọ́jú mẹ́ta àtọ́jú mẹ́rin àtọ́jú ìgbàlú àtọ́jú ìjẹta àtọ́jú ìgbẹ́jọ àtọ́jú ìgbẹ́jọ àtọ́jú ìgbẹ́sọ àtọ́jú ìgbẹ́rẹ́ wọ́n náà wúwúwúwú.
And there it is right there. So there it is right there. The nail that sticks out will be hammered down. Did you hear that? The nail that sticks out will be hammered down. So that's a metaphor. Sorry, this thing. I just keep breathing into it. The nail that sticks out will be hammered. Oh, hold on. Who's that? Hold on. People always choose the most inauspicious time to. Let me see. Is there anything I want to use? All right. The nail that sticks out will be hammered down. So that's a metaphor. So you go figure it out. The nail that if you have ever wondered what's going on this platform, the nail that is sticking out is what we are continuing to hammer down, and that nail will be hammered down. Continuity, Tinubu continuity. So all that continuity. It's not me even me saying it. Oh, it's their bookies from the north. And what are they saying? They are saying continuity, Tinubu continuity. So continuity, Tinubu continuity, all that. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and all that. The pleasantries, you must always start with the pleasantries. So good day to you, good to be in your company, all that. The protocol, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, copy the links and share it all over the place. Do you know where I've been spending time recently? I've been exploring TikTok. You know, I've never really given it any consideration, but I've been exploring it over the last couple of days or so, and I couldn't really even make any sense of it. It was just I still don't get I can't get to grips with it. It's just a bunch of just the strangest set of people that you come across on there, just talking errant nonsense all the way through. So all that. Click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. Share the links just as widely as you can. Super chat towards the stream. I say that all the time. Nobody ever adheres to it. I say that, and I don't see the likes going past where they traditionally are, which is to tell you then that people who click on like just click on like anyway, irrespective, and people who are obstinately opposed, you know, people that are actually follow this platform with venom, and there are a lot of venomous followership, unfortunately, or maybe even fortunately, because if you're not hitting them where it pains them, then you're not really doing the right thing. So I'm willing to sacrifice the likes if I'm hitting these people where it really hurts them, because they need to feel it, because what is at stake is more important than whatever jingle is agitating their minds. So all that, click on like, click on subscribe, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, share the links as widely as you can, use the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen. All that. So it's a fairly late start, which is seems to be the now new normal, the fairly late start. So we'll rattle through what we do have. I don't have an abundance in terms of news items, so I'll present what I have. Hopefully somebody comes on to take on the conversation, but we see how that goes. So I'll present what I have, and as ever, it's in the lap of the gods. After that, in the lap of the gods. Una momento. Let me just do something quickly. Let me do that. Hold on one second. I need to do a little bit of administrative stuff. So let me just let me do this, and let me do that. Let me do that, and let me. And by the way, say hello as you are coming in. And let me know where you're joining from as well. I often hear people say that on streaming platforms. Tell us where you are joining us from. That's what they always say, isn't it? So say hello. I'll say hello back, and let me know where you're joining us from. I am joining you from a place called Dartford in the southeastern part of the United Kingdom. So that's where I am joining you from. So you tell me then where you're joining from, say hello and all that. So say hello and all that. So that is Suraj Allison right there, joining us from Dublin, Ireland. I wonder what you're doing up so early in the morning because you'll be in the same time cycle as me. So, Ova, let's just get started. We rattle through fairly quickly, and then we see where we land. Senate probes Quam 1, a Manson incident. So, there's always a Senate probe going on for whatever it is that is a hot topic within the news, but you never really see any outcome outside of Senate probes. So it's always Senate probes, but there's never really any outcome outside of the headline. Senate probes Quam 1, Emerson. And by the way, the police have not taken up the security something, so they are saying they are launching an investigation. So sometime between now and the next 50 years, maybe that investigation will complete. The Senate on Tuesday vowed to investigate recent airline passenger incidents in the nation's aviation sector. The chairman, Senate Committee on Aviation, Senator Buhari Abdul Fatai, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja. Abdul Fatai expressed serious concerns over recent high-profile airline passenger incidents that have raised questions about the operational standards, passengers' rights, and the overall discipline within the Nigeria aviation sector. So those spaces that they are looking to look to, those spaces that they are looking to look to are spaces that especially needs to be, because the standards, there is no such thing. It's almost an oxymoronic sort of phraseology to use the word standards and Nigeria in the same sentence. It's almost, you could get prosecuted actually for misuse of language. You know, it's an oxymoron to say standard and then good to see you. That's Chicago right there. Good to see you, Chicago. And that's Samuel Adeleke joining us from Long Island Beach in Los Angeles, California. So a good I'm expecting actually that a lot of the where I use will be in America, because I think the times that I stream it very much lines with the Americans, but maybe not anyone else. But we want to capture everyone, because we can't rely on the watch backs forever. So that's Suraj right there. That's Chicago right there, and that is Samuel Adeleke. So keep saying hello. Let me know where you're joining us from, and I'll say hello back. So yes, I was just saying the spaces then that they're looking to investigate are spaces that especially needs to be sanitized and standardized within the Nigerian space. And I'm not even talking about the aviation sector only. Right across all of the services within Nigeria, there is no standardized format of behavior. And you wonder, I saw a clip earlier on today actually that the police were trying to get into somebody's property, and then they pulled those bars that you put on your window. They pulled the bar and they wanted to forcefully enter through that, and the guy was beating them back to ask them who they are. So that's how the police operate in Nigeria, and you saw the way the airlines operate as well. So there's no standardized format. So then, how can you then expect some sort of civilized engagement with a service that has no standard? If there was a standardized format, we wouldn't see Wasiu Ayinde. He wouldn't even get to that space where he's running all over the tarmac, dodging airlines as they are trying to lift off. All those sort of behavior. So, let's take it from the top again. Actually, we'll go through it fairly quickly. This thing keeps picking up. Yes, maybe I should lift it up a bit. Maybe that. The Senate on. Let me know if you're hearing me okay. Actually, so the Senate on Tuesday vowed to investigate recent airline passenger incidents in the nation's aviation sector. The chairman, Senate Committee on Aviation, Senator Buhari Abdul Fatai, disclosed this in a statement in Abuja. Abdul Fatai expressed serious concerns over recent high-profile airline passenger incidents that have raised questions about operational standards, passengers' rights, and the overall discipline within Nigeria's aviation sector. So yes, that needs to be addressed. There have been incidents involving Fuji musician Wasiu Ayinde, popularly known as Quam 1, and Value Jet Airline, as well as Comfort Emerson and Ibom Airline. Speaking on the incident, Senator Abdul Fattah emphasized that these developments demand immediate and coordinated action to protect the integrity of the sector and restore public confidence. In the exercise of its constitutional powers, the committee will be engaging. And by the way, the police have already taken over the matter, so I don't think quite the Senate needs to be paralleling whatever it is or trying to interfere in police matters. In the exercise of its constitutional powers, the committee will be engaging key regulatory bodies, operators and security agencies, and public interest groups to establish the facts, review existing procedures, and ensure that any necessary corrective measures are swiftly implemented. We will not allow procedural gaps or lapses in enforcement or lapses in enforcement to undermine safety, professionalism, and public trust in our aviation system. There is no public trust in the aviation system. That's why and by the way, there's been several other incidents since. These are just the ones that have been highlighted. This seems to be a routine thing, throwing punches and all that. Actually, let me give you a little snippet of just to tell you then that this is a recurring decimal and not at all a new thing. Let me play you a little. Let me play you a little snippet. This one is somewhat of a throwback. Do I have it? Do I have it? Hold on. All right. I don't seem to. Yes. Let me play you a little bit of this.
Obedience, I am naked. Hold this. Excuse me, please. You don't know that Obedience.
Say go, guys.
Madam, you guys have to leave that place.
Jesus. You have to move.
So do you guys remember that? So that sort of Agbero behavior is something. It's a very much a recurring decimal within the Nigerian aviation space. So standards have to be established as the country continues to get more international in its outlook. So we go on from that to this EFCC sudden probe of David Mark, Emeka Ehidioha, and Aminu Tambuwal is politically motivated. So this is the thing. This is the ADC speaking. So by the ADC, of course, Atiku Abubakar is the ADC. So EFCC's probe of David Mark, Emeka Ehidioha, Aminu Tambuwal is politically motivated. So this is the ADC coming out with this. And you have to wonder somewhat if you don't agree with that sentiment. So because they've just now recently released Tambuwal, who was when was he last governor? It's going back 6-7 years that he was last governor. So why now this sudden this sudden urgency to probe him and investigate him and bring him for questioning? So why the urgency? What has changed? And then if you add the fact that they seem to be probing David Mark as well, and as they are releasing Tambuwal, they are taking in Emeka Ehidioha, who are all opposition figures, then you have to say that there seems to be a political undertone in the way that EFCC is carrying out its actions. That's not to say that all of the allegations leveled against these people are false, because they are all criminals anyway. But why now and why them, as opposed to why not Akpabio, who is a notorious looter? Why not Gbadabia Miller, who actually had conviction in America? All of these criminal elements in government, when are they going to get probed? EFCC's sudden probe of David Mark, Emeka Ehidioha, Aminu Tambuwal is politically motivated. This is the ADC. The African Democratic Congress ADC has accused the Economic and Financial Crimes Commission EFCC of being used by the federal government to harass and discredit opposition leaders. In a statement on Tuesday, August the 12th, Bolaji Abdullahi, the ADC interim national publicity secretary, alleged that the anti-graft agency has embarked on a choreographed media trial against key figures in the opposition. Abdullahi cited the overnight detention of Hamidu Tambuwal, former Sokoto state governor, and the EFCC's urgent request for information on the 7-month tenure of Emeka Ehidioha, former Imo governor, as politically motivated. So, especially the Emeka Ehidioha space, you know, the guy was barely a governor before he was removed. So how much could they have stolen in the hierarchy of thieves? Where does Emeka Ehidioha permutate? So you just have to see the politics in play there. Abdullahi cited the overnight detention of Aminu Tambuwal, former Sokoto state governor, and the EFCC's urgent request for information on the 7-month tenure of Emeka Ehidioha, former Imo governor, as politically motivated actions. He also faulted the commission's reported move to investigate David Mark, the party's interim national chairman, over his time as Senate president. How many cycles of Senate president have we had since David Mark? We've had Saraki, we've had Ahmed Lawan, we now have Godswill Akpabio. So why now David Mark suddenly in play? ADC, like all Nigerians, question the curious timing, selective targets, and political motivation that now seem to define the EFCC's actions, Abdullahi said. A fight against corruption that begins and ends with the opposition is not justice. It is persecution. We have no doubt that this is witch hunting. It is the APC government weaponizing anti-corruption to do its political battle. He added that the EFCC's investigations into opposition leaders were designed to weaken their credibility ahead of the 2027 elections. Once a former governor crosses over to the ruling party, their files vanishes like morning dew, Abdullahi said. Since Ifeanyi Okowa joined the APC, have Nigeria heard a single whisper from the EFCC about his cases? Yet, opposition leaders are hounded with allegations from decades past without a shred of new evidence. The APC spokesperson urged Nigerians to resist what he described as the misuse of state institutions for political ends. Today, it is David Mark, Ehidioha, and Tambuwal. Tomorrow, it could be anyone who dares to hold this government accountable, he warned. The accusation followed a statement on Monday when the ADC described EFCC as acting like a political hit squad for the APC, asserting that the Commission's recent pattern of reopening closed cases and pursuing decades of old allegations is not the work of an impartial anti-graft body. So it'll probably be the only time I will ever say this, but I almost agree in totality. I almost agree in totality with what is being said there. There's just no logic to it. Not that David Mark should not be investigated. In fact, I feel they should be locked up. Not that Emeka Ehidioha should not be. I think Aminu Tambuwal should be locked up. Atiku Abubakar sadly, he should be investigated. But why now? Why now in the throes of politics and they are pushing hard against the government? It seems like a panic reaction. So a panic reaction. Okay, I think this is the same one still. So let's leave that. So we go on from that to this. The truth. A woman who claimed she sat next to viral passenger on Ibom Air shares what she saw. So, of course, there were a lot of witnesses to the event. So here is an eyewitness account. Olubumi Balogun Shonubi, a woman who claimed she sat beside the embattled Ibom Air passenger Comfort a man's son, has given her account of what she witnessed. Comfort accused of assaulting Ibom Air crew members and airport officials during her flight from Uyo to Lagos on Sunday, August the 10th, has been remanded in Kirikiri Correctional Center in Lagos. Narrating what she saw in the Facebook comment section of one princess, Olubumi said that Comfort looked like a call girl, so a runs girl that is, when she entered the plane. She narrated that the air hostess, who was later slapped, was very polite and helpful during the flight and even told Comfort to switch off her phone before takeoff. However, after she left, Olubumi said another air hostess came to Comfort and spoke harshly to her. She said that Comfort explained that the button on her iPhone was not functioning, hence she could not turn it off. The unidentified hostess replied Comfort that her phone does not need a button to turn off and further advised her to check her setting. When Comfort replied that she could not do it by herself as she was illiterate, the air hostess refused to touch her phone and threatened to kick the passenger off the flight. Olubumi off the flight. Olubumi account reads, funny enough, I was on this flight and this babe sat right next to me across the aisle. We were on the emergency row. When she came in, you could tell she was a runs girl whose hustle was paying her small. One of the air hostesses, the one slapped, was very polite and helpful during the flight and came and told the girl to switch off her phone for the takeoff, etc. After she left, one other witch of an air hostess came and really spoke down on this girl. The girl told her that the button on her phone for switch off was not working. The woman replied that it is an iPhone and does not need a button. The girl said she does not know how to do it. The woman told her to go to setting, etc., etc. The girl said, please take my phone and do it. I cannot read. I am not literate. The woman said, I don't have time for your nonsense. I am not touching your phone, blah, blah, blah. At that point, the guy sitting next to her, so the narration then was to say that the first impression was to say that the guy probably forcefully grabbed the phone off her in frustration, but how this is now reading is that the person that took the phone off the girl was actually trying to help her. At that point, the guy sitting next to her and myself and the guy next to me had to intervene, and the guy next to her took her phone to help her. The woman then started threatening to kick her off the flight, etc. At this point, other passengers not knowing the truth of what happened started shouting at the girl. Then we, the other seatmates, had to defend her that the air hostess treated her so badly because she was female. It would not have been the case if it was a male passenger. Then everything calmed down and we left. It was at that point that the girl, having been humiliated, started abusing other passengers. We will defend her, come the shame. Nobody answered her, Sha, and I calmed her down, but throughout the flight, she was talking on the matter with the guy next to her. When we landed and were deplaning, she quickly went to the toilet and did not come out till all of us got off the plane and left. I suspected she was up to something. Seeing the video now confirms my suspicion. So that's an account of an eyewitness right there. Here's another one. Omokayi Faith. It says, her second paragraph is sordid, especially coming from a lady. It is such a stereotype that made them treat her so badly, even though she harder unfold. This is a lesson to us all. Whatever you do for peace is wisdom. Another commentator, of all things she wrote here, now only runs girl, all of una see. It is like you all are having issues reading like her. It says, you could tell she was a runs girl. How could you tell? Are you a runs girl too? It's very easy to tell a runs girl. And by the way, it is how you present yourself that people will treat you. That's just. I think we all know this as a statement of fact. It is how you present yourself that people will treat you. If you are going on the airline, breast popping out, your skirt barely covering your hips, and you are wiggling and wobbling all over the place, then people will automatically make the assumption that you are a runs girl, because no respectable girl or lady would dress in that manner. I'm not saying that's how she was dressed, but it's very easy to spot a runs girl. I think we can all spot a runs girl. EFCC releases former Sokoto Governor Tambuwal. So that's Tambuwal now out of custody. But why was it? That's Babachel Lawal right there. The usual suspects all gathering. So that's that. And this already covered as well. EFCC invites a Hidioha as Tambuwal spent night in detention. So this seems to be the nature of politics. This is Obasanjo style politics, isn't it? Let's. Do we even want to read this? I think we covered it in that other one right there. It says, I don't believe in this thing that they're leveling against Tambuwal. Not that it's not a looter, but the figures are not consistent. It says, let me give you this actually. The Economic and Financial Crimes EFCC detained overnight a former governor of Sokoto State, Aminu Tambuwal, over alleged fraud. Correspondents report that Tambuwal, who honored an invitation extended to him by the commission on Monday, was subsequently taken into custody. Sources disclosed that Senator Tambuwal was squeezed over alleged fraudulent cash withdrawals to the tune of 189 billion naira. So the totality of because this would have been under the Buhari administration, I cannot imagine that the FAC allocation of it could well have gotten that much actually. I was going to say their FAC allocation could not have been more than 10 billion a month. But if you think of that over the course of 8 years, it probably is still it. But you don't trust him anyway, do you? So well, so that's that anyway. Politically motivated seems to be the usual go-to whenever a politician is caught with his hands in the tails. So the usual go-to whenever a politician is caught with his hand in the tails. So caught with his hand in the tails. Where next are we going? So like I said, there's not an abundance in the news. So I'll just give you what I think. I've only got two more. IGP orders investigation into Kwam 1's airport incident. So it doesn't need to be anything long and winding because it's an open and short investigation. So it doesn't have to be anything extensive because, like I said, often instances these things don't get past the headlines because something would have happened by next week now, and it would all disappear in the fog of it all. The Nigeria Police Force says it has received an official petition from the Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority over an alleged incident involving singer Wasiu Ayinde Marshal, popularly known as Kwam 1, at the Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport, Abuja, August the 5th. The singer was caught on tape standing in front of a plane, preventing it from taxiing after the airline officials refused him to fly with a flask they suspected contained alcohol. The Nigeria Civil Aviation Authority has petitioned the Inspector General, the Attorney General of the Federation, and the Inspector General of Police to launch a thorough investigation into the incident. In a statement released this evening, August the 12th, the spokesperson of the Nigeria Police Force, DSP Olamuyiwa Adejobi, said the Inspector General of Police, IGP Kayode Egbetokun, has directed the Commissioner of Police, Airport Command, to immediately commence a thorough investigation into the matter to unravel the circumstances which led to the ugly incident and ensure justice is served accordingly. Adejobi added that the force assures the public of its commitment to upholding safety and security within Nigeria's aviation sector, whilst assuring stakeholders in the sector of improved collaboration towards an aviation security and strict compliance with aviation laws. So that's that. We'll await, but not with bated breath, what the outcome of that will be. I have no anticipation that anything will come out of it. So it says, breaking drama as another senator defects, mentions Tinubu's faith in 2027. So this is a senator from Nasarawa State, Aliyu Wadada. So Aliyu Wadada. So I'm not going to read you that because I actually have a clip of him. So yes, good to see you. That's Scholar Day right there. He's joining us from Mondana in Italy. So keep saying hello in the comment section. Tell us where you're joining us from, so we can acknowledge your presence. So that's the latest one. We've got California, we've got Chicago, we've got Ireland, now we've got Italy. So keep saying hello in the comment section and tell us where you're joining us from. So let's we go to the clips now, and we start it off with this Senator Wadada, who leaves a party to join another one. But where is he living? Where is he joining? And why is he doing this? All of those questions answered in this clip. Watch this.
ADC is membered by Nigerians that we respect. We have respect for. But look at them. Look at each and every one of them. Who stands to do anything better than what Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is doing? Tell me. I haven't seen any. Ask any of them. If you are given the chance to preside over Nigeria, that may come beyond 2027, maybe beyond 2013, after 2031. Because between now and 2031, anybody can say what he or she wishes to say. But the space is already taken, occupied by President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Who amongst them will have the courage, the impetus to tell Nigerians and the world that if I am given the opportunity to preside over Nigeria, I will return subsidy? Let that person tell us. And if he or she is given the opportunity to preside over Nigeria, what is he going to do different to the foreign exchange market than what Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's government is doing? If given the opportunity, talking about infrastructural development, what is he going to do different to convince Nigerians? Because it is beyond rhetorics. Electorates are very much well informed. And economically, what is the person going to do to really take Nigeria to the global front in all ramifications? Much better, or even better, than what Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration is doing. But I have not seen. These are people I have respect for and I relate with. But the reality is, let them tell us what they have in their kitty. Tell us. Not just baseless criticisms and stuffs that will not take anybody. We are talking Nigeria. We are not talking sectional or regional politics. We are talking Nigeria. President Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu is not president of Lagos. Neither is he president of the Southwest, or Southeast, or South-South, or Northwest, or Northeast, or North Central. He is the president of Nigeria. And they are also aspiring to be presidents of Nigeria. So what is it are we talking about? I cite you an instance. When the tax reform bill was introduced to the National Assembly, and of course went viral in the public domain, there were all kinds of criticisms, allegations, misinformation about it is skewed to this part of this. At the end of the day, now that the tax reform bill is passed into law, who is saying anything? It has the law has provided succor for the less privileged. For whoever earns less than 800,000 per annum is completely exempted from personal income tax. And as it is, as the tax law is, Lagos is losing from what it used to take. And as a result of removal of subsidy, no state in Nigeria today takes less than 3 times what it used to take. So I think it is about time we start taking the subnationals to task. Let's hold ourselves accountable. You should be accountable for the kind of information as media people you send out there. I should be accountable for the representation I do. Each and every one of us should and must be held accountable for what we do. But the truth of the matter is, I am not sentimentally driven by what I'm saying. I'm not saying what I'm saying because I am President Ashwaji Bola Tinubu is of APC extraction, and APC was my home, and I'm getting back home. Neither am I saying it because of my personal relationship with the president. That is the reality.
All right, sir, if I understand.
All right, so that's Senator Wadada right there. A couple of things to say on that. So that Senator Wadada is from Nasarawa State. So my recollection is that that's Atiku Abubakar's own home state. So that's one thing to note. But really is what he was saying that I wanted you to especially pay attention to. So and this is where we're trying to force them into, and we will force them into it because we're going to push it aggressively in the build-up towards 2027. We are not going to let them prosecute that 2027 election on the basis of any sort of abracadabra or Sakama J or campaign of calumny or this Chineke. They are not going to, the 2027 elections is not going to be prosecuted on alarmist, contrived indignation and false, righteousness and all of this nonsense. No. 2027 elections is going to be prosecuted on show your workings. This is what has to be done, and this is what will be done, and that is where they cannot hide behind, and then they spend 150 billion on a presidential jet, and there's an ADP camp in Benue State, and then they spent 20 billion naira on the vice president. And there is an ADP camp in Plateau State. We're not. What are you going to do? It's the thing. And saying that I'm going to do it in an organized manner is not an answer. The fuel subsidy was removed, and the country went through an adjustment pain period to come into the reality of contemporaneous economic reality. Pardon me, I couldn't find the words to land there. So that's the reality of it, and the country has gone through that pain period, and it looks as though now the rays of light is starting to show in the ethers. So what are you now going to do now about the value of the naira? You said they came in and met the naira at 4,500 to the dollar, and it's now 1,500 to the dollar. So whatever it is when we get to 2027, what are you going to do differently? How are you going to reverse it back to that 400 to the dollar, or even less, or even 1 to 1? So what are you going to do? It is not what they have done that you consider to be bad, because you are not going to be taking over Nigeria from 2023. No. When the naira was 400, 500 to the dollar, no. If you are going to be taking over Nigeria, you are going to be taking it over when the dollar is exchanging at over 1,000, 1,005 to the naira. So from that standpoint, what are you going to be doing differently? Vis-a-vis the petroleum subsidy, what will you do differently? The Lagos-Calabar Superhighway that you said is a waste of money. What are you going to do about that? What are you going to do about the tax reform bills, the autonomy for the local government, the NEL fund, all of these, reformist, futuristic policy positionings that this administration has adopted, and they are working it through. So what are you going to do differently? So it's not Chineke May is not going to be the narrative of that 2027 election. So and I did say all the way through that the guy started too early and he was going to run out of steam, and you can see the steam coming out of it now, because as the policies of the Tinubu administration, as they continue to compound, and the compounding starts to affect the day-to-day living of everyday people, then it gets increasingly difficult to continue the campaign of calumny. You said the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway would never be built. They've just now launched. You know that 30 kilometers that they launched. That is that's almost the thing done, no? Because the most difficult part of that construction is getting out of Lagos, and they are already out of Lagos. Lagos is probably the most densely populated city in Africa. It's a waterlogged sort of rainforest sort of a space. So the topography, it does not even lend itself. So if they are able to already penetrate out of Lagos, then that is a good 40% of that the heavy lifting already done for that construction, and they've already in patches done in excess of 200 kilometers, and as the task to pull it together, by the time we get to 2027, even this obedience will be driving on that road. So there's no argument against it anymore. Something that you've criticized so viscerally, and then the price of food is already, you notice that they are not talking about Ibom Air anymore, because the price is still not at the level of affordability to the everyday man, because Nigerians should not really have to consider food as a factor in anything. So it's still very much an alarming situation, but they are not. So it's going to be show your workings. You can't. It's not Chineke May. You can't Chineke May to 2027. But let's leave that. Let's go to Soludo, who is the headline piece, and I think he agrees with everything I've had to say. So let's watch this.
This is quite a great, surprise ambush from you. Supposed to be a private meeting, and just to discuss issues about the nation, security, law and order, the economy, and so on and so forth. I just stopped by to see him, and it was quite very pleased to see the president, such high spirit, hale and hearty, seeing people and so on and so forth. That was quite a pleasant meeting. It's not for me to begin to discuss details of, if I go to see the president, I come out and begin to divulge to you what we discussed or not discussed.
Okay, so if we look at the cap you are wearing, to be very candid, the cap shows an endorsement of President Bola Tinubu. We could see the logo, we could see the progressive written very boldly here. Why are you so bold in endorsing a man who is not in your party?
Well, these caps were produced even from the time the president visited Anambra State. And you saw all the billboards and all the stuff, proclaiming that progressives are working together. And subsequently, it's a fundamental idea that I believe very strongly, that all the political parties who profess progressivism should actually come on together in a massive coalition, to deepen the process not only of our democracy, but also of economic and social development of our country. And so for me, when I say progressives working together, it's a call for all those who call on that. And then talk about President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. I mean, I don't make any, I have no apologies about it. President Tinubu is my friend, has been my friend, 22 years now, and counting. So you don't deny a friend. I begin to be quivering about who is. He is my friend. I support him. And I'm impressed by the bold steps he has taken, particularly in the areas of the economy, the structural reforms. And I have said so severally. We're taking the right steps. We only need to stay the course.
Thank you very much. Sorry, this is Anambra seem to be going down, sir. What is the magic? What are you doing to bring it down further?
Say the what? The magic to the what is the magic?
Yes. What is the magic that you're using
to
bring down the spirit of insecurity in your state?
Well, that's what
all right. That it goes on for another minute or so. But the part I wanted you to listen to was what he already said just there. So that's without equivocation and in his own words. That is Charles Soludo right there endorsing Tinubu. So Charles Soludo endorses Tinubu. Yemsin Wike, he endorses Tinubu. So that is to tell you then that two of the 5 or so major parties, because of course it doesn't really matter. There's only one name left in APGA, and that's Charles Soludo. So it doesn't matter. I wonder if they will even present a presidential candidate. It may well be the case that APGA will just adopt Tinubu, and I have the anticipation that they will do that. And PDP, they are never going to make any progress because Yemsin Wike also endorses Tinubu. So that is the politics of it right there. So why is Charles Soludo endorsing Tinubu? If you ever pay a minute's notice to anything he has to say, he elucidates all of the reasons. You see, all of the economic experts that we have in Nigeria, they all endorse Bismarck Rilwani. He is just gushing in the praise of how Tinubu is rebracketing with Wale Edun, Yemi Cardoso, how they magically recalibrated that economy that Buhari thought he had collapsed. So everybody's gushing about it. The Emir of Kano is in tandem with that as well, Charles Soludo. So all of the people that know how economics work, they are all in endorsement of what Tinubu is saying. But the economic experts called Peter Obi and Rotimi Amechi, they have views to the contrary. So that's what's going on there. So the endorsement of Tinubu continues to rage all over the land. Watch this.
Now the self-imposed Director General of Tinubu campaign for 2020. And Niger State is the campaign headquarters for Aswaji. We are Nigerians and we love Nigeria. There is an unwritten understanding in this country for power to devolve from the north to the south, from the south to the north. And this has brought relative peace to this country. In the last 2 years plus, we just finished a tenure of 8 years of the late President Muhammadu Buhari. May Allah forgive his soul. And Aswaji is just his second year. Where are people from this part of the country trying to bring issues, especially the children of APC? You have eaten, no, go and sit down. ADC, go and sit down. You have eaten from APC. APC is what you are. Some of you were governors, ministers, advisors, commissioners, and you dwelled so much for 8 years. Now you're on sabbatical. And you have decided to come together to distort a government. Because we are one party, we decided to let things low. You talk about bad roads. Aswaju did not make the bad roads. We inherited it, and we are fixing them. Babu did not make the bad roads. We inherited them, we are fixing them. And you have the gumption to talk about bad roads. Aswaju did not spoil your schools. He inherited them. He's trying to fix them. Likewise, Babu is doing the same. And you want to use that to campaign against us? You are shameless. Aswaju did not spoil your hospitals. He inherited them. Babu did not spoil your hospitals. He inherited them. We are building, rebranding, and redoing them for you. What we expect from you as a thank you is to be loyal and be grateful that there was a transition from APC to APC. Not what you are doing. In this country, the ruins in the economy.
All right, that's Bago right there, flapping his, it's peacocking somewhat, flapping his feathers. So, actually, let me check his name. Hold on. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. I did know his name, but yes, Adebayo Adelabu. So the next clip now involves Adebayo Adelabu, your Minister of Power. So the level of looting that is going on under this Tinubu administration is unparalleled. We've never seen it in the history of that country. Just look at how much this guy looted. When is the EFCC going to beam their searchlight on the administration, because a lot of stealing going on? Watch this.
2027. Government house going okay, so. Oh no. Oh no. Government has to do.
And there it is right there. So that's the house that Adebayo Adelabu just built for himself, your Minister of Power. So quite where he got the money for all that, I think we all know. Is going to become the next Oyo State governor to replace Seyi Makinde, and is showing his preparedness, just flashing up how much money he has looted from the Nigerian state. So the corruption still very much alive and kicking within the Nigerian political space. So that is corruption right there, showing no signs of abating. But what seems to be abating is Godswill Akpabio's. Do you remember once when we saw Natasha Akpote at a river doing some sort of nativist performance ritual sort of a thing. Do you remember that? I can go and look for the clip if you don't remember. But it looks as though whatever it is that she asked for from Yemoja is starting to take effect. How long is Akpabio going to be the Nigerian Senate president is the question. The answer might be not for very much longer. Watch this. So that's Godswill Akpabio right there, who seems to be on his way out. I don't wish him ill, but the prognosis not looking good from that clip. So the prognosis not looking good from that clip, and stop talking about prognosis not looking good. Here is you have to listen very closely to this one, because it lasts only about 10 seconds. But here is Rufai Oseni, just in the manner that we know him for. Do you remember when he was assaulting LASMA officers a couple of years ago? It looks as though that behavior is still very much here. Here he is at Mama Put, trying to assault the woman serving food.
What kind of nonsense is that now?
So that's the Agbero of Arise TV right there, acting in his usual Agbero manner. But whoever thinks that Wasiu Ayinde is ever going to end up in custody, that person doesn't know Nigeria. Why do I say that? Here he is in his latest outing with Abike Dabiri Arewa. So watch this. So that's how connected that guy is. So that's Abike Dabiri Arewa, the diaspora woman right there. Let me play you this now last clip. The experiences of Nigerians and by extension other foreigners in South Africa. I'm not quite sure why people go to that country, but I would certainly never go there. What's this?
If you know that you are not a South African citizen, may you please stand up and leave our hospital. Thank you very much. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. If you are not a South African citizen, please leave our hospital. You need to go and seek medical attention from a private facility, not here anymore.
We are supporting March in March organization. We have started already here to activate hospitals, and the message is very clear. We don't want foreign nationals, documents, no documents.
This is specifically to the MECs of health and the Minister of Health. Stop threatening us with prison. Stop threatening us with prison. It's either you join us in this fight, not unless Good morning, my good doctors. How are you? How are you, my good doctors? Anyone who's not a South African citizen, just because of this side, please stabilize them. After they've been stabilized, you can discharge them. These people, they had too much privileges to have files in our hospital. It ends here and it ends now. It's a South African public hospital. Anyone who's not a South African citizen here may please be stabilized. After that, they leave our hospital.
I just want to send a big thank you to our Patriotic Alliance team. We've been working well together before we even met each other, and now we get to meet each other and continue the patriotic work that we're doing.
My good doctors, may you please stabilize all the foreign nationals. After they've been stabilized, can you please discharge them? They need to go seek medical attention from a private facility, not here. The Constitution allows that. Immigration Act 13 of 2002, Section 17, it simply states that a foreign national needs to have a medical permit and it needs to go to a private facility. You are a refugee. You came here illegally. They could have directed you to the camp. So they could have, whoever who allowed you to be a refugee here, not unless you bought your document. So whoever who allowed you here.
Whose problem is it? If I'm not South Africa doesn't even have a single doesn't have a refugee camp. I'm not in the camp.
Okay.
Whose problem is it? If I'm not
let me answer you then.
Bring the camps I can go to.
Okay.
Which country do you come from?
I'm from Congo.
Congo.
You're from Congo. What is the nearest country to Congo? If you're seeking refuge in South Africa, because according to foreign policy,
you're supposed to go
must
to
migrate to them.
So
you cannot come to South Africa, seek refuge in a wrong country, and ask us silly questions, Bob.
No, the government.
Which government?
The government.
Which government? Which government you're talking about?
Let me tell you something. Shh, keep quiet. We don't have time to reason with foreigners. Leave, my guy.
Let's go, Bob.
No.
Let's go, Bob.
Shush. Leave.
Let's go.
We don't reason with foreigners. We don't want the reason.
You ran away from your problems. You came here. You have your own government. Go vote there.
We are not going to stop. We are not going to tone down the heat. We are going to intensify.
When you get well, when you get off that hospital bed, just look at it. Next time when you come, when you want services,
there won't be a next time. There won't be a next time.
You must go to a private clinic or a private hospital. When you get well from our hospital bed, do not come back here. Here, we only allow South Africans only. All hospitals, all public hospitals in KZN, all public clinics in KZN are for South Africans only. Do not ever come back here when you get
In
well.
addition to that, my good doctors, after you release these people, you can write them their scripts, but they're not going to use our pharmacy. They must get their medication from private hospitals or from pharmacies, registered pharmacies. No one will get any medication from our hospital if you know that you're not a South African citizen.
The whole of South Africa, it's a crime scene, and we are on the verge of war. It's either the government do the right things, and all the patriots, please, let's fight for our country, because we are on the verge of losing our country.
I guess everything is clear. And my good doctors and good nurses, from now onward, you are not going to see anyone, whether they have asylum permit or whatever. Anyone who does not produce a 13-digit ID that ends with a number that starts with a 08 and another number. You don't see those people. You only see those. But if a person don't have a 13-digit ID that ends with 08 and another number, you don't see that person anymore. The Constitution of this country allows that. No foreign national will get medical help from this hospital as of now. If anyone here is a foreigner, please stabilize them and release them out of our hospital. We'll be outside and we are coming to check.
And next time they won't even gain entry. We will be stationed outside.
Every day.
Don't mind this.
So that's South Africa right there. The xenophobia is still very much alive and kicking in that God-forsaken country. Just barbarians, the whole lot of them. Barbarians. We play the K guys, and then we see what happens after that.
Only water, where they see my you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ibe sọ́ni akẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ rẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ̀ o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. àkùkọ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. Amen to that on the behalf of myself and you, my friends. So joining us at the star, there's the star right there. Zita in the house as well. So that's Zita as well. So that's the assembled so far. Anyone else that wants to join us, join us. We start it off, kick it off with the star. This star, you're first. All right, we go to Zita then. Zita, defaults to you. Zita. All right, the star not there. Zita is not there, so I'm just going to bring it to an end. Thank you, everyone.
What did you say?
I called you now. You are not responding, so I was just about to shut it down. So did you want to speak to the topics, or do you just want us to call it a night?
Which topic do you want? Just joined not quite long ago now.
All right. We were talking about the EFCC probing David Mark, Emeka Ehidioha, and Aminu Tambuwal. People saying that that's politically motivated because they seem to be focusing their searchlight on the opposition spaces.
Anyway, as far as I'm concerned, I don't see anything political or bad in that. And of course, since
you don't see anything political in focusing on the opposition figures.
Even if it is, so be it. After all,
so be it.
Yes. After all, what of Yaya Bello? Yaya Bello had his own and is a member of a ruling party. So if it can be investigated, so I don't see any reason why it should not be investigated as well as true. So if they count it as a politics, of course, let the politics begins there. So it shouldn't be given a preferential treatment just because it's in the opposition. That is my take on that.
All right. Well, there's Tambuwal was released recently. What else do we have? The IGP now instigating then an investigation into the Wasiu Ayinde narrative. So, what's your take on that? Yes. What's your take on that? Actually, yeah. Let's take it from there. And the Senate as well. Probing these two incidents of both the Ibom Air incident and the Sikura Inde one.
K1. Yeah, I remember the last day we spoke about K1 on this program. I did said there's no way they can reverse the 6 months place on K1, and I equally said that because once NCA have announced the sanctions that president won't be able to save him, and you could see that was it the following day that K1 tender reserve apologies in the national.
No, I'm not sure that's where they are. That's not even where they are pushing it to. What people are pushing for now is that it should serve some sort of prison sentence. So that's what people are really looking. So I mean, nobody's going to reverse the 6 months ban. It's never going to happen. But people don't feel that is sufficient, and they want him to serve a jail term.
Yeah. It is very dicey because if it's to be prosecuted for that offense, I think it carries a minimum of 2 years. So I think I don't know. I don't know. It is 50-50. It is unfortunate that K1 just find himself in this tight situation that it is avoidable situation, but of course the mentality, it boils back to the mentality of our average Nigerians, rich men. So
The Star, are you a fan of K1? Because
The
to me,
answer
you
is
sound
yes
like
now.
one.
It's quite clear that the guy that you
He's just struggling.
if he was
Whatever that
if he was
interjection.
some Okechukwu, he would have been saying throw him in prison. Yeah, you can't have double say. This is the double standards that they're saying. If the name of the person was the Chinedu now, you'll be beating war drums.
No, not that. But Baba, you could remember that when we were talking about this thing that day, I was the one that is insisting that he's going to be punished for that, and that what he did was bad. The only thing is, I have a sentiment, because I have one or two close associates, and so that's why I try as much as possible not to. I've not even been commenting even on Facebook,
I understand.
because I have to say. So, and of course, even one on one, I know him, and I've been hosted by one. When you are close with a K1 in at home is a different
Let
person
me beat your drums
entirely.
a little bit. Let me beat your drums a little bit. The Star. People don't know just the rate of your influence, but uh okay. Let me just say this. Do you remember when we had Captain Sanusi here? Is a personal friend of the Star knows a lot of people, a lot on a close
No,
one-on-one
you can't
basis.
work
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
civil aviation territory without not knowing people. Everybody passes through the airports. So naturally, this is territory, comes with territory. So
Sorry, carry on, the Star.
Personally, when you meet K1 one-on-one, those are close to him with him, is very is quite different from what you see outside or what you see on stage. And of course, he has his own weaknesses too, and everybody has their own point, has their own policies. So, but because of my connection, so I didn't really want to go into this case. But what I was talking that day, I only spoke professionally, that what happened, he was not the only one at fault. He was at fault. The pilot too was also at fault, and including the owner of the airline. That's Kunle
Shuname.
Shoname. Because one thing is, when it's come to safety or regulations, there is a level of minimum standard that is expected from by a cow standard, and aside from that, each state, I mean, if I say states now, each countries, they have their own regulations, which may be higher than a cow. the cow regulations stipulates minimum. So the state, the countries, they can go above that. Then, apart from that, individual airlines, they equally have their own
But there's a fine
additional.
attached, isn't it? It's 2 years of pay so much, right? Am I correct?
Yes. 2 months or 2 years.
No, I mean 2 years or a certain amount. Like in the case of Naomi Campbell, she paid £2,000.
I think it's only. I think it's only yeah. I don't think. Of course, there could be financial. I think it has to do with imprisonment stuff. So as I was saying, the owner of the airlines too also contributed to the how K1 had reacted. You see, one, when that issue happened, he picked his phone. He called the owner of the airlines. Had it been that one, you see, the owner of the airline was pleading with him because he knew that he cannot talk to the pilot, because pilots, that is that's a captain in command. That's why they call them commander, captain. They have, once they take decisions because they are the one in charge of the operations. Once they say that passengers, they cannot be on board. No Jupiter can change it. And let me even tell you, averagely, the way pilots, they equally have their own. They have their own strong policy, or do I say Lego? Some of the pilots, they work out on even the owner of the of the airlines they work for, especially those that fly private executive jets. You could see that if they have issues with their MD or the chairman, they wherever they are, they carry their flying kit, and they call it a day. So, not to talk of commercial flights, you can't imagine that the chairman will call them to order. They don't do that. What I had expected the owner of the airline to have done is, when that issue happened, is he should have told K1 straight away that no, when it's come to the safety or whatever, that he does not intervene. You see, in 2011, when I was still with Adekia then, my then chairman, that's Ararumi now, Mr. Johnson Ararumi, and the then state governor, the Delta, that's Dr. Odunaga. They had an understanding that Arika should start operating into Asaba, because another airline has been.
Sorry, where are you taking us? Are we still with K1, or where are you taking us?
Yes. I'm still on that ambit. What I'm saying is, when they have the understanding that Arik should start operating in that place, and I'll lead the audit team to that place, and at the end of the day, I did my recommendation. I couldn't pass the airport. The chairman cannot ask Arikia to operate to that place, despite the fact that he's the owner of the airline, and he's a friend of the governor. They've reached an agreement. So on that basis, I did mean that the Shoname has spoken to K1 in that manner that I know when it's come to I don't intervene. You will see that the K1 will come down and will have taken another approach that may make the pilot to change their mind. And the pilot
it was too drunk at that time to have done anything differently. So he made a phone call to the chairman of that airline now. He did not get anything because the chairman did not step his staff down.
The chairman was begging him to provide the alternative for him. That is where that is what gave him much power. I did mean that. Can you remember the case of Abacha now? Abacha and Hebrew. When they're working, when Abacha asked Hebrew to talk to his people in the Guardian, and the king Hebrew told Abacha that he's sorry that when it's come to the professional ethics that he does not intervene in the activities. So that is what I did mean that this guy Shoname did the same thing. You will see that I don't want to believe that K1
let me give you something. This time you are missing there, or maybe you deliberately left that out, because what despite Kunle Shoname's intervention, K1 was insisting that he must board that particular aircraft. It was an ego thing. I will not take your offer of private jet. Tell the pilot to drop the stairs. I must go with that flight. And of course, like you said, Shoname can't talk to the pilot. It's against the ethics. He's in command of the aircraft. So he wanted to go on board. So carry on. I just said I should feel that portion.
All right. Bring that space home. I think we've spent enough time there. Bring it home and then we go on to another topic.
No, okay, but I would like to take on the Emerson's own, because he was not here yesterday. Or was he?
No, you were not here. No. All right. Do you want to speak on the girl that the Aqua Ibom airline girl that that got into an altercation with the crew members?
I think the lady too. She should have complied with a simple instruction. What she claimed to have done is that she put her phone on a flight mode. You see, just like what I said the other time, there's a minimum standard that is expected of airline to comply with, but each airlines too, they have their own individual airline safety procedures that is approved, because safety procedure, whatever that they want to do, once they do it, they take it to LNC. It is approved. Once it is approved, even they themselves, they cannot even violate it. If it is their safety procedure that instead of if there's no room or alternative, that they can either put off their phone or put it in on up mode. If it is they have to comply with the switch off the phone. I don't see why, the reason why this lady, for goodness sake, could not comply with that instructions. So even though we did not really get the pictures of what actually transpired, we didn't know how the cabin crew, how she spoke with her, but merely seeing the ladies too, you could see that even the way she was beating, slapping, fighting. I think she did not help her cause as well too. But the ban for life, I think to me it is somehow outrageous compared to her misdeed.
She wasn't banned for life from flying, no, only that particular airline. So that was a decision of that airline.
No. Here, airline operators. It is not the airline. It is airline operators.
No, I'm not sure about that. So I think the ban was by the airline, not the airline.
It is not the go and check again. It is not the of course. If it is the airlines, she can as well fly with any other airlines too now. So, but it is the airline operators associations that that means she cannot fly with any airlines in Nigeria.
But if that is true, is that not supposed to be a judicial pronouncement and not that of an industry?
I think the NBA has offered to take on a case pro bono.
Yeah, because if I remember the Naomi Campbell case properly, it was about I lost luggage and she was unruly at the airport. So unilaterally, British Airways banned her for life. But then they charged her to court for causing a commotion at the airport. And she was given an optional fine of £2,000 or 2 years imprisonment, according to ICAO standard, that is International Civil Aviation Organization's directives or advice.
Yeah, airlines they do it. They ban passengers, but in this our own case now, it is not done by Ibom here. It was done by airline operators association. So that is where our own case is complicated. It means until there is maybe a court order or so, and actually, because how can she even enforce that? Because all the airlines, because they have their own association and they do meet. So the resolutions they made is all of them that he has been declared person and no granted that they will not. So how are they going to enforce that? So they cannot enforce. So I think I think at the end of the day, she may just have to take the route of K1, maybe plead guilty and ask for forgiveness, and maybe to reduce probably 1 year or so. But at least the for life is outrageous. It's too compared to what she did.
All right, brilliant. Did you want to speak on Soludo endorsing Tinubu? Give us a couple of minutes on that, and then we're going to Baba.
Soludo, I think Soludo is very right, and of course, if there's anyone that is competent among the current governors, especially, I do see Soludo as a potential potential presidential candidate from the eastern part of the country. Himself and David Umai. Those two people, they have a managerial capacity, competency, because from 1999, you can't take it away from Soludo when it's come to economy policy. He knows is the best CBN governor we've ever had since 1999, and whatever success that OBJ had in his 8 years period, give it to contributions, positive contributions from Soludo. In fact, at a time, Soludo and Obasanjo, they were running that economy to the extent that Okonjo Iweala, they even boycotted, bypassed her. So he knows, he understands what Tinubu, the economic engineering that Tinubu is doing. So I think it's I want to agree with him, and of course, he's also declaring his support 2027 for Tinubu. So that is my opinion on that. So is right, and of course too, he's also declaring his support for Tinubu. That is where he's going to pitch his tent in 2027.
All right, brilliant. Is there anything else that caught your eye in the news cycle? Is there anything else you picked up in the news today that you?
No.
All right, brilliant. All right, brilliant. Stay with us. So that's the start kicking things off for us there. We go on from the start to Baba. So Baba, floor is yours. Like I said, the slim pickings in the news cycle today. But the Senate are looking to probe the airport incident. Soludo endorses Tinubu, and the coalition. They are saying that the activities of EFCC is politically led. Investigating David Mark, Emeka Idioha, Aminu Tambuwal, and you might want to argue that there is some merit to that argument, but Baba, floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, one man. I don't know why the Senate is inserting itself as a body into this aviation matter. Maybe they are so idle that they have nothing to do. I mean, it's all about that Bobrisky, very dark man issue coming up again. I don't know. I mean, they should stay off the case entirely and allow the police to do their job. Mistakes have been made by the Commissioner of Police in Abuja, and they have to correct that, because what they didn't do for the K1 matter, he should have been arrested that day, despite that it wasn't an onboard incident. It was a tarmac issue. But yet he violated some rules, and the police should have charged him to court, just like they did Comfort Emanson rightfully yesterday. So he should not get away with a slap on the wrist. Let him have his day in court, go explain himself. You get my point. So the Senate should just get off that case and allow the authorities to do their job. It's not within their competence to start to interfere with what is happening at our airport. There are enough sector heads in the aviation to take care of that. The airport has FAN, NCAA, and owners of aircraft association. More than enough there. They should get off. And for the case of Ihedioa, Mark, and Tambuwal, I don't know what else they want in that country. Well, in the last couple of months, tirelessly we've been hearing them talking about corruption. The government is not doing anything about corruption. And now he's trying to do something about corruption by opening dead files. Because fraud is not statute bad. It's an open case. Could be there for 15 years. It doesn't mean that the case has ended. It's all about investigation. Somebody can pick up any file and dust it up at any time. Because while he was in office, or while this set are in office, maybe they had immunity. I don't know. I don't think Senate president has immunity, but as governor, you have an immunity, and as president, you have immunity. But then it's when the authorities are ready, they are ready. As far as we are within where they can reach you. If you're out of the country, fine. They wait for you. So what's their beef about that? Or because they are afraid that three down, the next person will be Babashir Lawal or who else? Is that what they're afraid of and wanting to attack Olukoyede? They should get off their high horses and go answer their case. Because wherever we are today, the station we are today economically, these are the people that brought us down. It didn't start one day. It's what Tinubu met he is addressing. What he met is what he's addressing. Right from the word get-go, 1999, of this Fourth Republic, all of them, they are still the same people. Recycled politicians. Some of them even served under Shagari in 1979 to 83. The same people. Shameless. Shameless. So they should answer as they call them, or they will be embarrassed. It's not statute bad. So whether it's 10 years, 20 years, anytime.
So what about the corrupt element within the ruling party?
Very
like
good question.
Oshiomhole, like Gbadabia Mila.
Very
Yeah.
good question. One man. If Tinubu fails to address those ones, the next administration should grab them also. It should be a cycle, a vicious one. It should be a lesson. To say, okay, if you're escaping it because you are in authority today, you will leave power one day, or another administration will come in. And don't worry, that your file will also be reviewed or be dusted and opened again. Though it is not within Tinubu's interest to say he wants to, what he intended doing, like he propagated during the campaign, is that he will put institutions in place that will mitigate against corruption. If money is not openly displayed or being paid openly, and they can dip their grubby fingers into the purse of the nation, then there will be nothing. And if they have to do it systemic into the system and use papers, paper has trails. So it's going to be very difficult. That's his intention. That's what he did in Lagos. So they should just keep quiet. I want to come to what Baba Sheh said yesterday with Shehu or Kimberly on channels, which really got my goat. And
yes, I tried to bring that forward yesterday, but nobody wanted to pick it up. Yeah, carry on.
Yeah. And these people need to be taught a lesson, these northern politicians. And the only person that can do it is Ashiwaju. And he's going to teach them a lesson. Because what he said yesterday was very disgusting. Maybe he was under the influence. Because if it's not, because the other day was with the TVC interviewer, he told the guy to shut up.
Yes. I wondered if they will bar him from studios off the back of that, but you know.
So he repeated it yesterday. He said They were very lucky. They did not vote Abiola. Abiola was not sworn in as president. That as a Yoruba man, he would have been doing what Asiwaju is doing right now. So it was like they dodged a bullet then. Can you imagine? Can you imagine that coming from a politician, somebody who has served as, was it chief of staff or secretary to the federal government of Nigeria, saying that kind of disgusting thing? A drunk? That's what he said. That their interest is to take power from this Yoruba president, referring to Tinubu. Oh, Tinubu offended him some time ago, and things like that. I think these people will be taught a lesson they will never forget. Because whatever afflicts Nigeria today, they are the ones, the northern politicians. Are their governors not receiving their FAC allocation monthly? Another tax that comes to them? Even with the current VAT distribution, the Southwest is shortchanged. It's to their advantage. So what else do they want? They want still to hold the nation by its jugular because they are special? No, that's not going to happen. This is the end. This is the end. Whether they like it or none of them, until 2031, which rightfully by convention, not by constitutional pronouncement, power will rotate back to the north. They should just go and sleep and belly ache. And should go and sleep and belly ache. Because up till now, you say you are an opposition. You are not telling us anything you are going to do. What manner of politics is that? It's of politics of abuse every day and using derogatory remark and calling names. Tell me, are you removing the subsidy? Are you going to cancel out the NEL fund, the credit scheme, the new Hope housing? Are you going to stop all that? Are you going to distribute money in street corners and put it in people's pockets? That's what we want to hear from them. The other big loud mouth has come out to say he will stop corruption in 1 month, failing which they can vote him, they can send him packing or he will resign. Can he do? Is that realistic? Was that coming out from the mouth of a normal human being? Even a kindergarten, 6-year-old or less even, will know that is not possible. You played a clip yesterday or 2 days ago where they were asking, I think Obi and Obi, the three of them, what they want to do with corruption. And that speaks volume, exactly how each of them answered the question. And it reminded me that, well, we didn't make mistake in 2023 by bringing Asiwaju into the presidency. He prepared for it. He worked for it. Everything he's doing, he told us during campaign, except they were not paying attention. He told everybody, say from day one, I'll remove the subsidy. If you like, go on the streets, I'll remove it. I'm quoting him verbatim. Because he knows what he wants to do. He knows where he wants to take the country. Where in the world do you hear they give freebies out to all and sundry? There are people who can afford, even if a tuber of yam is being sold for 10,000, there are people who can afford it. It is those amongst us that cannot afford these things that should be subsidized. And to do that effectively, we have to count ourselves. Everybody has to carry a national ID. Those who deserve it will be taken care of. Once we know our numbers, how can you plan without knowing numbers? Successful democracies in the West, that's what they do. Have you seen Elon Musk's petrol charges being subsidized? He pays premium price. He's a man that can afford it, that's been taken care of. That's what they want to do. And it takes time because nobody should be rushed anymore. Nobody should be rushed. All that kind of something money, the one Oshibaji was distributing, does that make sense? Stand in the market square and
money.
start giving people, started giving. I mean, the West will just be looking, what are these people doing? Is this normal? Counting money and giving to people? Please. I don't want to belong to that kind of country. I want where things administratively are properly done. Each of us carry a proper national ID, computerized in the national base. If you don't have a job, go register with the labor office so that it can give you stipend to sustain you until such a time you can get a job. And they remove you from that. That's what's done everywhere. If you can't afford to pay school fees, go to NEL Fund. Because a lot of things are wrong with people, they don't know anything. Do you know yesterday, I like to tease at times, and I told them, look, the airline code, I just teased them, just for digression, that you have a way, you are not properly dressed, they will not allow you into an airline. Even your shoes, is at a certain high heel, they will not allow you. And there was hoopla. Oh, you are lying. Oh, stop it. And I said, look at the illiterates who call themselves panelists and come to the panel to deceive people. You don't even know simple things. Or is it because Nigeria don't observe these things? It has become the norm. These are the kind of issues we face. This president is trying his best to streamline everything. And a problem that takes, because Nigeria don't observe, the problem that takes like 60 years, you want him to solve it within 2 years? I mean, it would take a Houdini. That was the greatest magician ever to do that kind of thing.
Sorry, Baba. If Ola or Patoske are there, if they're able to come in, can they come in? Sorry, Karen Baba.
I can see Ola there. I don't know.
Are they here now?
Uh-huh.
So,
who hears it?
You won't hear my voice.
Luzita, maybe I'm going to send somebody down to come and test you one of these days. I have concerns.
It's like when I wake up, I will sip some ogogoro.
When you wake up.
Yesterday, I was almost going to accuse her rather, because the way she was filled with fight. I said, okay, come on.
He was just looking for somebody to fight yesterday. Exactly, I was listening to it I was listening back earlier on in the afternoon. He was just looking for a fight.
Forcing me to answer a question. I don't like such a thing.
But you guys didn't give Paddy. Paddy don't come in often now. Unfortunately, I wish I was here when he came in. You didn't give Paddy the room to speak, you know. I always enjoy
the few moments he spoke. I think I enjoyed him. So let me just round up with the South African team, so Zita can take over. I don't fault them. I don't fault them. You can't come to my country and start to live on freebies. You come to the hospital, things you don't enjoy in your country. You come there and you will not give me peace. So I don't fault them. Whether you name it, you label
it. Very violent bunch, though. Those South Africans, very violent bunch.
Well, it comes down to where they are coming from. It comes down to where they are coming from, where they've been. So they are just trying to take their life back, and some people are just coming there to disturb them. I don't think they would do that to professionals or people in academia who are there legitimately helping the country's economy. They went to the hospital, those who are destitute in their country. When you go to a place, you try to contribute. Don't become a burden on the facilities there the people are enjoying. You contribute positively to the economy. Don't disturb their peace. So I'm in support of what the first West Side said, and like the guy from Congo. They asked,
to be going to hospitals and chasing patients
You are
out.
support to what?
I support them, what they did in the hospital. Because the guy in
Where?
Congo, in South Africa.
What did they do in the hospital?
Oh, they said all foreigners, those that are not on emergency, should leave and go to private hospitals. Those that are on emergency should be treated and let go. That their hospital is not a charity organization.
Anyway, when it gets to my turn, I will speak. Because
like the guy from Congo, and they asked the guy from Congo, is South Africa the nearest country to you? If I remember correctly, my geography, Congo shares borders with Rwanda and Uganda. So why didn't he go and do his refugee business in Uganda or Rwanda? Why South Africa that is a distance away?
Baba.
Yes, ma'am.
Can I interject you?
Oh, sure, by all means, go ahead.
You see,
Sorry, Zita, Baba, I want you to speak on Soludo as well, but I'll take
okay,
Zita's.
let
me take the interjection.
Yeah, take the interjection. It's only a few
Go
of us
ahead.
anyway, so yeah. No, have the interjection. I'm just, because I might drop out soon, just so that you know what you're talking about. Carry on, Zita. Oh, all right, I think she may be busy. So Baba, carry on. But I don't endorse. I don't endorse the behavior of the South Africans. So just to document that, because we're seeing a lot of that xenophobia from that space, violently as well.
What they are doing is not new. We have an example here. So what they are doing is not new. What they are doing is not new. So if you think otherwise, I can go. You come from a place. No one dropped from heaven. That's my take, and I'm entitled to it.
Sorry, can anyone hear me? Sorry, Baba.
Yeah, we can hear you clearly.
Yeah. I think I heard the South African video, one man. So of course, one did accuse them for being xenophobic, right? But when people, it's not like in I guess some countries around the world, you can say America, for example, where they have quote unquote unlimited resources. Is it strange that people want to protect their resources and want their resources to go to their own citizens and not to just random foreigners in the country? Is that a strange
The thing is, sorry, Prince. You see, especially a country like South Africa, they should know better, because what they are wanting to create is a two-tier system. So by virtue of what they are doing, they are second-classing a certain form of citizenry. So if somebody is domiciled within the country, then they should have all of the access to all that country has to offer. Otherwise, they should not be domiciled there. So if somebody is poor and they cannot afford private health services, then like the example of the guy that was a refugee in that country. So, and by the way, the lady was quoting that you have to go to the next country. That's not what the law actually says. You have to go to the next safe country. Or safe, SAFE country.
Is Uganda not safe?
I'm not sure that it is. Are they not chopping each other up all over there? So, but they should have access. Otherwise, you have a two-tier system, which is exactly the sort of apartheid that they had previously.
Now, see, this is, I hear what you say, one man, but my point here is that this is inherently assuming
and also
that.
Sorry, Larry's question as well. Take it along. Should the foreigners pay taxes in that country? Should they pay taxes?
Yeah, they are paying tax. Don't you
If they
hear what they
work,
say?
if you work, you're, of course you're going to pay taxes.
You
I
pay
mean, if you
tax.
work, you
All
must pay
right. So,
taxes.
what then funds these public amenities?
Well, obviously, if they work, and I'm assuming that. Let me finish on one. Madam Zita is. If they do work, you assume that the employer provides them with a medical insurance or
Correct.
coverage, and they go to the right institution or care place to go get a care, right? But again, what your comment earlier was assuming inherently that South Africa has unlimited resources to cater or to take care of these people. That is not the case. Even the Western world, the weight of resources being drained from the local citizen, it's a reality. People don't know that. Sometimes I hear Mike, Mike on the show talk about, immigrants or people are you know, they're plus to a society, to America. That's BS. That's for a naive person that doesn't know the true cost of things. They don't have a clue. You know, and I made an estimation. I don't have an official number that to deport
But sorry,
an
Prince.
illegal immigrant.
America was built entirely on migration now, but carry on.
Okay, see, that's not a fallacy right there. Well,
That's a
if it was built on migration,
big
does that are you
Big
saying, in
one.
other words, when they came to the country, to the land, everything just appeared from underneath the ground for them to enjoy? No, anyway,
They
that's
worked.
not the way it
They
works. See,
suffered.
a nation is built by the people that actually actually do the work, to bring about the development of that nation. After all, in Africa, we have everything that any race of people or any mankind can have in the so-called African continent. We have everything. But what are we doing with it? So is that an argument that, no, that argument, let's just stick to the South Africa quickly. See,
Sorry, 80% of the United States are migrants. They're not indigenous to that land.
Yeah, well, I'm not making that argument. But I'm not making that argument. But the point I'm making though is that simply being an immigrant or a native in a place does not mean that it's going to be prosperous or be a place that people want to go to. I don't know how many people trying to kill themselves going to Bangladesh or some other countries as such. Okay, there are native people there. So arguing about it's native or not. No, the point here is that a place is built as a result of people's imagination, their creativity and ingenuity. That's what it's all about. It's not about it's not about being a nation of immigrants. See, Africa again has almost everything that any race needs to be the greatest in this world. But what are we doing with our resources? What do we do? Are we applying our innovation, imagination, creativity? We're not doing none of that. We were still waiting for the white man to come and help us develop our space. So that argument doesn't fly. The South Africans, of course, they have the right to want to protect their space because, again, I don't think they have unlimited resources. They don't. And given the condition of their people, also they all probably don't have access to medical care, and you can't have a bunch of people that come to their country.
You see that argument only holds water if you also argue that the migrants, non-indigenous people in South Africa, should not pay taxes, because if they are paying taxes, which then subsequently pays for public amenities, and you are saying then they cannot access it. So then why are they paying
I
taxes?
think I answered that question. Of course,
No, you are saying they should get private insurance as well as pay taxes. So they should fund the South Africans.
No.
Yeah.
If you work and you pay taxes, I'm assuming that your employer will provide you with medical care. So in other words, when you go to a clinic or hospital, I said, we are in America, everywhere else, you said, this is my ID card for my medical care, and you get it. So I'm not saying pay taxes, I don't get care or don't get amenities. No, it doesn't work that way. But obviously, those people that showed up at that center or the hospital, they don't have such qualifications to receive care. But anyway, enough of that. Thanks, Barbara.
1 month.
Yes, go ahead.
You see, there is one very interesting thing Prince Daddy just said now. I used to tell people that thing, but I think he said it in a very funny way. I used to try to explain to people that more especially when it comes to America. He said it, nobody came from the ground. You did not spring out from the ground to own that land. Even the so-called Native Americans, they claim they own America. They didn't spring from the ground to own America. They migrated from somewhere and came there. What am I saying in essence? Every country, humans has been wandering around the whole of planet Earth. Some end up settling somewhere. And when they settle there, they become bigger. They don't let anybody come in. It become a country. But America was smarter than everybody. They opened their doors. Not the native that, according to the story where the history stopped, that they said came first. But the second people that came were wiser. They know that when everybody come in, everybody will hold steady so that we stay. We become bigger, we become richer. When we own it, everybody will be struggling to hold it. And that's what is going on for them. Now back to South Africa. You see, South Africa has done a lot of bullshit that sometimes when they're doing something that you should say, yeah, yes, I understand. Nobody wants to understand them again. Even the Western world, immigration and migration is running them over. If in some places, okay, like places like Norway that are very small, that you can see their projection, you will actually understand how that immigration works. It's very easy for you to understand how immigration works in Norway. They make a projection. From so this period, we need so number of so to occupy so. In the colleges, in the schools, we might need extra hand in so area between so period of time from here to here. We did an average that at the end of the day, 25% of them will want to stay in our country. So we have this 30% job. Let them occupy it. And then when that number exceeds triple, quadruple, 1,000% increase, you are weighing down the economy of that country. You are finishing them. They can't. It's simple English. They can't. Call it xenophobic, call it hatred, call it whatever you want to call it. It's not working. And I will not, because I want to help you, watch me not to eat. It doesn't work that way. Back to the same South Africa. They've been doing a lot of bullshit and be saying a lot of shit about foreigners in their land. And I know today that if in the United States, they make an announcement like our public hospitals can no longer take undocumented for some certain health reasons, you have to, it's either you pay from your pocket or you go home. Most of us here will come to this platform and hair down the skies, even when it's not gonna fall anyway. There are lawyers who are actually immigrants anyway. They'll be running to their courts, making cases, running. If it's somebody like Donald Trump is the president, they'll be raining abuses on him. You can give a pass to United States because the business currency of the world is their money. They can print it as much as they want and use it to do whatever they want to use it to do and cover it up anyway. Because they too own the institution. So when they tell you they're broke, that's when you know they're broke. If they say they're not broke, period. Because they own everything. But for you to go to South Africa, a struggling nation, that all the benefits they are getting from United States left, right, hand, center, a boy that was born in their land with his romance with the present United States president, they've slashed everything upside down, left, right, center. And that was a stupid country that went and said they're joining BRICS. And then you go there to stay in their hospital and they're telling you, sorry, give us room for our people too. And instead they pay tax. Even a visitor who walks into a country on holidays pay tax. So does that mean as a visitor, you walk in, you pay tax, you should have a free hospital treatment? We all make some funny arguments here. If a country tells you are weighing them down, then you are weighing them down. If you are paying tax, pay the one that will cover your medical. Period. If you are working in a country to the extent you are paying tax to that country, that work should cover your medical. Not for you to go and sit down and be getting everything free. I don't know where you people get that one from, but I can assure people that love moving about, that love relocating, if we continue like this, immigration will be very hard though in the near future. If people keep leaving their countries just because they want to go and collect all free things from another country, immigration will be very difficult. Because no country can run that way. They've tried it, it's not working.
Yeah. Okay, jump quickly. One man. People don't go to America, your country, London or England, because it's an immigrant country. They go there because of the opportunity it provides to the immigrants or the people that go there. Okay, isn't that the reason? Are you telling me that if a country was a country of immigrant and it's all poverty and pain and suffering, or people want to go there because it's a land of immigrants? Of course not. We go to places because they provide opportunities for us, not because it's a land of immigrants. And and personally, I don't believe that people should have the right to want to go to a place because it's a land of immigrant, because they have that mentality or that sense of
Yeah,
entitlement.
what you are saying applies to, if we are talking about the United States, Prince. What you are saying applies all the way through. Apart from the first wave of people that moved to America, which would have not have even been up to 1 million people at that time. From the next wave, there were migrants looking for that opportunity of a better life.
Okay, so the first people were, what were they? The first
I
people
don't know.
that
They
went
were colonizers, I'm assuming.
We call them the settlers.
They were called indigenous to the land.
Who?
I beg one man, stop all this.
No.
It's Americans that are tolerating this bullshit.
Sorry. What's the logic of what you're saying?
You said that apart from the first people that came.
No, I'm talking about there were people indigenous to that country, which even the United hold on, there are people indigenous to the United States, which even that country acknowledges and privileges for reasons of their indigenship. So there's that. And then there was a wave of people that came in through the phase that colonized that space. And there was that. And then there were subsequent waves of people. A lot of Irish people went as economic migrants. A lot of Scottish people went as economic migrants. A wave of Europeans went as economic migrants all the way through the history of that country.
So, hold on.
And that has been a consistent. Hold on. That has been a consistent wave right from when that country was colonized. There's been waves and waves and waves of people migrating economically to the United States. That's the
So
backdrop of everybody in the United
right,
States, economic
you're right, one
migrants.
man. So
Yes.
so on that note, are you saying that that means it should be a borderless country that anyone is free to come at any time? Is that what you're suggesting?
No, there'll be rules wrapped around migration, because of course the country can only consume so much, but the country has to also acknowledge that it's a migrant country.
So which country that is
England,
not a migrant?
it's not France, it's the United States.
Okay,
It's
so
a
which country that is
potpourri,
not
it's
a
a
migrant?
mixture of all sorts.
Hold on.
Okay,
I want
all
to
right,
say
Mama.
something, then I leave it there. So if those West Indies that migrated from wherever, I don't want to even to call the name where they came from, that came to United States, if they were, because they don't even have the wherewithal to make America what it is today, but that's a story for another day. If they migrated from where they are coming from and came to United States and stay in the, let's assume that it's only them that are in the United States today. That makes America not a country of migrants, right?
No, what the pilgrims when they came on Mayflower, what
No, I
actually
asked a question.
no, let me just put some
No,
light
Baba,
into
get
this.
my question first before you answer. According to where the story started,
Yeah, that's where I'm going.
where the story started from these Native Americans, which is really ridiculous.
Why is it ridiculous? They're indigenous to the
Because there
space.
were people before them.
Who were they? Who were they?
It's something you have to do a thorough research on.
Even the Americans acknowledge they privilege them for reasons of indigenship. Yes.
One man, let me say something before Baba we answer. What I am asking is that, according to where the story started, which is from Native Americans, what it means in essence that this land called America today is an empty land. Nobody was living in it. There was no human in it. And these people now migrated into that land and occupied it. That is the imagination of so many people. Now, I asked a simple question. Baba, are you listening? So, it was those so-called Native Americans that migrated from wherever to meet an empty land called United States and settled in it. Had it been they are the only ones living there today multiplied, are you now saying that America will not be called a land of immigrants? That's my question.
Well, I think I disagree with you, Zita, to a point.
Answer me now. So at that point, it will no longer be called the land of immigrants.
When they came, actually,
I asked a question. At that point, if they are the only
your question is somewhat convoluted. Nobody knows. It's a convoluted.
Because you said that outside of them, that every other person that came is an immigrant. That's what you said here. So I now said, okay, let's remove every other person that came to America. Let's assume technically that they were the only ones that came in here and occupied that land.
Yeah, who were the only ones?
Does that
who were
mean
the only ones?
It will no longer be called a land?
No, who were the only ones? Who were the only ones?
The Native Americans, I said, assumingly, let's just imagine that they were the only ones that came in, meet that empty land, occupied it, and they were the only people still living there. Or probably America will not be called America, it will be called native people.
I don't even know what that means, but
And I asked, at that point, will you now say that America is?
I don't know what that means. Let me show you this. Do you see the image on your screen?
Yeah.
Oh, all right.
The one with the drawbridge.
Yes. Do you see that drawbridge here? Between the castle and the drawbridge, that space right there is called a moat. M-O-T-E. So there's a phrase that says, pull the drawbridge after me. So people are running, they're escaping. So then they escape into the castle, and then the person then that escapes into the castle is then asking then that the guards they pull the drawbridge after them so that whoever then wants to escape into that castle can no longer get in. So that's the
That thing
mentality
you
at
are
play here.
saying
That's
has
the
no.
mentality that I'm hearing from
Listen.
you and Prince
Okay, let me
Daddy.
correct.
Pull
Let me
the
correct
drawbridge
that
after
your
me.
old adage. Let me correct this your old adage. On the contrary, if everybody keep running into that castle and the castle is overflowing and some people are standing on that wooden bridge, definitely it's going to break. Nobody is going to pull it. And that's what is happening to some countries. The
They'll start
castle is so
cannibalizing
full.
themselves.
Let me finish. The castle is so full. The castle is so full, and the bridge is overweight with the extra excesses. And technically, you don't need to tell anybody. Nobody is pulling the bridge. The bridge collapsed on its own. So that thing you are showing
So you
doesn't have
you don't see the
any meaning
hypocrisy in your
given the
argument. You
situation
being
that
a
is happening.
migrant to
Nobody is
America
going to say
yourself.
because you cross the castle into the castle, you are pulling the bridge. The castle is full, the bridge is full, so overweight, and it collapsed. Nobody pulled
See,
it.
one man,
Period.
one man the problem I find with your argument is that you don't want to give merit to where merit is due. But see, in your attempt to define America or other places as a place of immigrants, that means that it just exists by itself as a result of the immigrants. No, uh, where we have a divergence is because I believe that a place only exists or it's of any value based on the resources or the resources or the development that and opportunities it provides to its citizens or people that come there. I like to give credit. See, anytime you fail to give credit to a people or someone, it's a dangerous path in the sense that it makes things convoluted. People think it's free for all, no rules, anything goes, and I don't believe in that. I
But,
don't believe in
but
that. You see,
I am giving that credit though. I think who developed is it the Native Americans, the indigenous Americans that developed that country?
no,
It was
because
the
America.
migrants. Was it the migrants? People that migrated to America that developed it.
That's why I want to go to the beginning so we can have an
Somebody came in.
understanding. You get my
Somebody
point
came
because the
into a country.
pilgrims, the pilgrims
Let
that
me tell one man something he doesn't know. Somebody came into a country that you were living. You ain't got medicine, you ain't got gun, you ain't got chariot, you ain't got horses. He came in with all those things. He brought it to your land. And today, you sit in that you so-called yourself Native American, you whine. I bet make I hear word.
Yeah, but those
Sorry,
people that
before
came
you go,
in were they coming from another country? They were migrating from another country to the United
see,
States.
this is my road. This is where I take it back.
And
Sorry,
where
Baba, before you
did the
come in.
Native Americans
Um,
migrate from? That is the
see,
question
a
I'm
place.
asking you, one man. Where
See,
did they
one man,
migrate
you like
from?
to give
Just as
credit a lot to
Prince Daddy said,
individuals.
did they come out from the
Uh,
soil? Answer now.
See, I like to give credit to a space itself. So, think about it. There are many immigrants from Europe and around the world that come to America from the Russian scientists, the Germans, and whatnot. They came from somewhere. But if they have all this talent and all this greatness in them, how come they didn't stay where they were coming from and be great over there? See, it's not sufficient to give all the credit to individuals or immigrants. See, that space, Baba may
Prince
understand.
Daddy, let me ask you a
That space
question.
in
Let
itself
me ask you a
also is
question,
really
Prince Daddy.
important for the development of a person or a people, not just
Prince
your
Daddy,
talent.
let me ask you a question. The first migrant, because when they say this thing, it's actually something that has been going on all over the world, and people are frowning on it. If you the first migrant that came in, which are the Native Americans that came in, according to the story, because I know there are humans here before that one came in anyway. Okay, the first migrants, let's assume that America was an empty land.
No, you said there were humans there. Did they come out of the soil?
Hold
Those
on.
humans
They too migrated now.
from where?
You go and look at the documentary, but that's not the topic for today. The first, I will work with what you said, then I make my point. United States, the land area today called United States of America, according to you guys, was an empty land. There was no humans there. No humans were living there. And all of a sudden, some guys migrated from somewhere, West Indies or wherever they said they came from. And then I came to the United States and settled. That is the first migration into the land. Then the second migration came from, according to you people, came from somewhere in Europe with their horses and chariots and guns and.
What do you mean, according to these you people? Is it not documented history? Is it not?
No.
Are you disputing it?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Why I'm saying according to you people is because your story started on an empty land that West Indies people migrated into.
No, that's your story. My story starts with the indigents in that country.
Hold on. My story does not start with West Indies. My own story started there. A lot of people migrated into the United States even before the West Indies came in. So, but that's my own story. But I'm working with your own story that America today, the whole land area was an empty land. No human were living there. Then the West Indies came in. And then when
I disagree, Zita.
Huh?
I disagree.
I don't even know where Zita is taking us anyway. You're the one crafting that story now. Where I'm starting is where I am starting is that there were indigenous people on that land before the wave of European
people. Yeah. Because if you look at the topography, look.
Let him speak now. Oh, hold on, Zita. Let him take a position.
Look at the Red Indians. Look at the Peruvians, Nicaraguans. You take it down, you'll find out that these are the indigenous people that are occupying that land. So they have the same lizards kind of slanting eye. They are not very tall people. Their complexion is deep red. Let me finish. Oh God. And I don't talk, I don't talk. These are people that occupy. Why do you have places like Albuquerque? Why do you have places like Wyoming? Does that sound like English or European language? They own the land. But the pilgrims came because they were running away from monarchical rule. They are running away from European feudalism. They were like people that are not in agreement with the rulership in Europe. And they came here to found their own land. They found people there. They fought a lot of wars.
You are repeating a story. That's why I asked a question.
I'm telling you, what I'm saying is grounded in history.
That's what I'm saying. People who draft history, people who draft history, they push their narrative instead of fact.
Hold on. Before you take us, hold on. No, can you just slow down, as Zita, before you lose us in the fog of wherever it is you're taking us to? What in what Baba says is not factual, because these are universally known historical. People were running away from feudal Europe. People were being migrated forcefully as punitive measures, both to Australia and the United States. You know, people were migrating for economic reasons because it was a newfound land, a land of abundance. So there was a wave of European migration in that period. So which part of that is fallacy? Which one is not fact? What Baba said.
I asked a question. I don't want to tell stories. We've been going around and around this story. I asked a simple question. What you people were saying is that this land area today that is called United States, no human being was living in it when these so-called Native Americans came in. That's the question I asked.
Oh God, I don't understand you at all. Okay, do we say when they drop from heaven?
I asked the question. I said,
I think my position on this matter has nothing to do with the first occupier of the land. My argument is, Baba gets my argument is that a place is only worth its value based on what is done on the land. Um, you know, again, the people that came there, the immigrants, what some call the settlers that came to America, they were the ones that brought about innovation, creativity, ingenuity, and all those things to build America to be the great nation. So I don't care who was there first. That's not the point. So Baba's history is correct, but trust me, Baba, nobody's trying to kill
It is
themselves to
not
go to
correct.
Peru or
It
Nicaragua
is
or
not
Honduras.
correct.
We're not trying to do that.
It is not
What you say
correct.
about
Baba,
which part?
Prince Daddy, that
Which
history
part?
is not correct.
Oh, I don't know.
United States, listen
I
to
said I don't
me.
care about the history. To me,
United
it's
States,
secondary.
the land area called United States today, those people they call Native Americans were not the first humans that occupied
Then
it.
you tell us who
That's
the
my
first humans
They're not
were.
the first human.
It's who were the first
It
humans that
wasn't a
occupied it.
vacuum of virgin land.
You go make your own research.
Well, not the one
Nobody.
making the assertion. Who's
They
going to go
are
and make
not
the?
the
Oh,
first
okay,
people to
let's
occupy
abandon it.
it.
If you are, just hold
Period.
on. If you are, yeah, it's not period.
Not
If
an
you are not
empty
able
land. There are
to,
no humans
no,
there
you can't make
lying.
an assertion without being able to back it up. If you are not able
I
to,
said,
I know where you are going. If you
I
want to go
repeat
back, we
myself
can
again.
go all the
The
way back
land
to
called
Africa
United States
and
of
go back
America
to the
was not an
amoeba
empty land no
formation.
humans were.
We should go
Look,
back to Adam and
we
Eve.
can all talk at the same time, Zita, or we can wait for each other to talk. You know, if you want to make that assertion, then you have to back it up. Because people are saying these people are indigenous to the land, you are saying they're not the first people there, and then you have to back that up. You can't
But that
refer us to
story is
research.
not there for you to
Yes.
see. They are not the
Uh,
first people that
all
occupied the
right,
United States.
That's
So why are
according
you
to you,
asking me to
but
back
that's
up
not
with my
according to
story?
fact or
Search
history.
for it now. It
No,
is
who's
there.
going to go and search for it? Are you not the one making the assertion? You back up what you are saying now.
I
Who's
said
going to be
search
running
for
around
it.
to
The
go and
story
research
is
what you are
there.
saying?
You
No,
decide
if
to
you have
listen to
the
the one you
facts,
want
then
to
you back
listen
it
to.
up. Who's going to be running around doing research?
I
You
said
made the
no
statement.
man
You back
search
Let's
it
for
up.
it.
let's
It's
bring
a
it home.
simple
Let's bring it home to Nigeria
It's
now,
a simple
so that
question.
Zita you
Is
can cover.
Native American, hold on, please. It's a simple question. Wherever you get your information from, it's a simple question. Are Native Americans the first people to occupy the land area called America? Period. So why are you asking me to bring my facts?
You're the one saying to the
The land,
contrary now.
I don't understand this
Why are you
argument.
just circling
The land
around?
area
Look,
called America today was not an empty land no humans were living before they
well,
come.
there was never
Period.
which land on this planet was an empty land. There's no coherence to where are
That's
you
why I
going?
said everybody is an immigrant. Period. Now you are going back to
I
what
don't
I
I
said.
don't even understand what that's just an ambiguous statement, man. I don't even get it. But Baba, carry on.
Okay, let's me go to Soludo. Actually, I'm really glad. Actually, he came along. Brilliant. Whether his people want to acknowledge him or not, he is a very brilliant economist and a central banker, acknowledged worldwide. I would never forget what he did. He took Nigeria's 89 insolvent banks, 89, took them to, 25, reduced them. I thought it was not possible when he was doing that. But he did it, and he did it well. Up till today, that's what we are enjoying. And then the woman we all acknowledge today, Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, when she was serving Baba OBJ, I mean, she was not the one pulling the economic string. It was Soludo. And Baba leaned more on Soludo. In fact, there was some office rivalry, let me put it like that, between the Soludo camp and Ngozi's Okonjo-Iweala's camp. And eventually that led to Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala being pushed aside. The thing here is, the man he visited, look at all the business terrain. I'm not talking about trading now, container economic, but high wire finance, global high wire finance. Tinubu has been there. Name all the captains of industry. They've always all been friends. So Tinubu didn't arrive at the presidency just by stroke of luck. Is it
Papa,
Elumelu? Is it?
enlighten us. Sorry, on what it portends for Ashiwaju comes 2027 in Anambra or the Southeast in general. How well is it going to do?
No, Ashiwaju has considered to him, even though that politics I do not understand, because this is why I don't like politics, because Ashiwaju has openly endorsed his friend Chukuma Charles Soludo as the governor for the next election that he will
Oh,
win
sorry,
it.
I meant the other way around. What does it portend for Ashiwaju doing well in Anambra or in the Southeast?
No, it doesn't really matter, because like one man has propagated over time, even if Ashiwaju turns the street of Southeast into a Bukhara rug laid, they will not vote for him. But he will not forsake his friends. He will not forsake Umba, neither will he forsake in Abia, the Abia governor, or Soludo. These are Lagos boys. They know Ashiwaju in and out. And that is why he is succeeding. Because they just say Yoruba government, or he brought his Lagos boys. Whilst his Lagos boys are in finance, but the Soludos of the business world, the Lumelus, the Zenith guy, you understand, they are all pulling the strings and making everything work. And it's unraveling positively. But the only drawback I have here is Ashiwaju are APC. Soludo is APGA. Yes, APGA is not going to field a presidential candidate, so it's understandable. The burden is, the yoke of Soludo is easy in reaching that decision. But APC has a candidate in that election in Anambra. So is the man there wasting his money and resources and his time and energy? Because if the president endorses somebody like Soludo, it's a foregone conclusion that Soludo will win. So this is where I get a little bit confused about the attitude of politicians. But then I can understand, because I know the value of friends and friendship that dates back decades. Those are lines you do not cut. And we can see it working. So I'm proud of him that despite all the political pressure, he is standing shoulder to shoulder with the president, and it's not denying him. That's the kind of politics I want us to be practicing in that country. That's the kind of politics that will take us places, not the politics of somebody coming out to now be talking about a Yoruba president, an Igbo president, or anything. No, because a lot of rubbish is going on. And I know this president has a plan B for the northern political elites. Let them bring on this fight. This is the only man that can beat their hands down, and they know it. Because they have nothing to offer that country. They've used their military boys. They destroyed the country. It didn't work. Luckily, Obasanjo destroyed their military structure, even though they helped him to power. And that is serving Asiwaju today. Those that are clamoring for military government, for instance, it's not going to work. It's not going to happen. Because we have a lot of problems. And this man has stood firm, unshaken in his resolve. Fearless and laser focused. And that's why you can see people like Shukuma admiring him. That, okay, the man I knew way back 22 years is still the man of today. So I will stand with him. Of course, are we forgetting? He wanted to wrestle with the military rascals that took over in Niger. And some people who says they are in Nigeria and they are Nigerians like me are saying, no, you can't touch him, he's our brother. You can't do anything. And I started asking myself some question that, oh, if this one is your brother, we can't touch him, even though they overthrew a sitting democratic government. Does that mean that from Saudi Arabia, if the Southeast or Southwest or South was invaded, you will not raise a finger to defend? Yeah. That's what reasonable people will ask. I asked myself that question. And I can't wait. I pray. Let's all see 2027. And I repeat, it's going to be a landslide. Going to be a landslide. No freebies. No freebies anymore in Nigeria. No more freebies. We will count ourselves. Census is early next year. All the things are being done to make sure that we hold a census next year. There is not going to be any AGI anywhere or a woman in border, because everybody has to be documented properly. No more even fingerprints. We will use your eyes.
Yes, it's a biometric capture, isn't it? The census.
Yeah. So whether you have a leha, you don't have a leha, you must bring them out. We will counter ourselves. Because we are not progressing. How many people entered your state today? We don't know. How many people entered Lagos today? We don't know. How many people emptied from Kwara and went to Nasarawa today? We don't know. And you want to plan? You cannot plan effectively. For whom are you planning? 1,000, 2,000,
You can't know until you
3,000?
have boundaries.
Say again?
You cannot know until you have boundaries.
We have boundaries. But don't we see the map? With my eyes closed, I can tell you where Nasarawa is, where Zamfara is.
That's not the boundary I'm talking about.
Which boundary are you talking
about? The boundary I'm talking about is the boundary of death and birth rate.
Say what? Can you repeat that, please?
The boundaries I'm talking about is the boundaries of death and birth rate. Until you have it, you cannot.
Yeah, it's part of it. Of course, it's part of it. When you do your biometric, when you are off the voters register, you are off whatever you're enjoying in your place. And that is what's going to happen. And I'm glad he is going to do it, and he's going to do it effectively. So that all these shenanigans will be dying slowly. It's not going to, disappear overnight. I'm too realistic to know that it's not going to, but over time, more so, when the person that succeeds him,
Baba, you are suffering malaria. Malaria, they worry you.
Like your father and your papa and your grandpapa, when he born you, and all of us, they suffer them together. Bastard. So the thing is, it's a government being run by technocrats. Do they laugh? One man enjoy them.
You know, I've been trying
Let
to
me
integrate
reach
that
them.
guy for so long, but I'm not sure if he's untamable. But yeah, I've tried to encourage him, you know, but it doesn't just. I don't think maybe he doesn't have the capacity to.
No, but he came on the other day, and I think he expressed himself.
Yes, that I thought he was making progress. That's why I'm trying to, but he just,
He expressed
you
himself.
know.
I was surprised even.
Hey,
He
which one is
expressed
the
himself
malaria
and
now?
comport himself too.
Eh?
One man, this 2027 there.
Yeah, you know, so people will jump out of the window from their apartment in that 2027. Eh? That mean Mark Pokun, eh?
Sure, I told you when you say this thing has quiet 2023 everywhere go come down. I told you the
But I think
Well,
he
I
made a
think
mistake anyway, Obi. All this relentless campaigning is going to run out of. It's already run out of steam anyway. But you know.
I said,
well, Chi 788 is saying here that Soludo campaigned for Atiku. Babadi, you don't know Soludo at all. He is a chameleon. He will surely win his re-election due to the tradition.
Can I come in for that Soludo?
Yeah, please go ahead.
You see, politics is all about, apart from every other thing in politics, when it comes to politics of politicians, there is a lot of negotiations. If anybody think that you can win an election by shoving away politicians, then it's going to be very difficult for you. Go and ask P2P. There is politics of grassroots. That is the ones that, you know, you need to talk to people, the people like the people abusing you on this platform now. Those are the ardent members of, you know, grassroots support for that person. But then there is what they call politics of the politicians. Those are the ones that you have to go and talk to your fellow politicians. And that's what Soludo has done. Otherwise, they're gonna spoil something for you. I'm telling you, they will just spoil something for you. So is that politics of politicians that he's going to do the negotiation? But sometimes when politicians do it, their support base believe, like one man put in his his hook today. He said he has gone to Dobale for Tinubu. It's actually funny because they call it politics of the politician. When he was campaigning, you could hear him saying, you see, people who support Obi, they came to this platform, they said, Soludo campaigned with Obi. He campaigned with Obi's achievement. No, that thing is called politics of politicians. You have to woo people who have support for him into your own camp. All the people that wants to do Soludo bad in Anambra State that are Tinubu's foot soldiers, now that he has Dobale, according to one man, they will soft pedal. Some people don't see it as a big deal, but it's a big deal in politics. It's actually a big deal. That was actually why Atiku lost the election in 2023 and 2019. Wike plays that politics very well. Because when they were doing 2019, if you listen to him, listen to Tinubu, Wike came to Tinubu in 2019 to help them to unseat Buhari. And Tinubu asked him, who do you have? He said, Atiku. He said, if that's what you have now, then you don't have anything. And then they went to street to do the campaign. So it is what it is. It's not that he's, I don't know.
Yeah,
But that's
carry on
my
with it.
understanding.
I take it as your own space now.
No, oh, sorry. Quick question before you go ahead. One man, you said you tried to. Good evening, everyone. Bye bye. Egale. You said you tried to integrate a madman onto your show. Did I hear you correctly, one man?
Well, I integrated you, so I have a formula already, don't I?
How did that work out with Pansat? Wow. Wow. Okay. All right. That's a good.
No, but that is beyond redemption, isn't it? It's
Okay.
beyond. It's
So
redeemable.
I think kind of motive by That's
Look at that. But I did the Bolugi there now for the purposes of maybe for comedic interlude,
yeah. But
a
one thing,
little bit of
please,
madness.
plus AI, please. When somebody brings a point up, if you have your own facts, please, it is on you to explain to the platform.
Yeah, did you see what she was trying to take us
You
into
don't
the
have
woods and
to.
leave us there?
What did I say?
Hold on, please. Please don't ask people to go or research something that you bring up. You have to then explain to the platform what you mean. If you're going to counter
But I
somebody's
said
evidence,
it now.
you
I
have to
said,
explain to the platform. You
hold
can't
on.
tell people to go
Calm
research
down.
something that
Calm down.
you bring up
I
on the
don't
show.
look. Listen carefully. I have said this severally.
Sorry, Zita. Ola, please check private chat. Sorry, carry on, Zita.
I have said this severally in this platform. I'm not a professor. You people, sometimes when I say something, you go to fast check me. You do your ChatGPT, do your Claudia and Julius, and come back to attack me. Even when what Claudia is saying, or what Julius is saying, or what ChatGPT is saying might not be accurate. What did I say this morning? I said that the so-called Native Americans are actually the wave, when the wave of immigrants started flooding into United States. They are not the owners. They are not the first. They are actually the first wave of immigrants that invaded the land. That's my argument. And I said, go and do your research. But if you want to start the story that nobody was in the land that founded America, that is for you. Because that's where you end your story. But my own story, you cannot call America the land of immigrants and remove the Native Americans. They are actually the first wave of immigrants that flooded into America before the Europeans started coming. And I ask everybody in this platform, please go do your research. And I stick by it. That they call them Native Americans was that they are the owners of the land. No, they were the first wave of immigrants that flooded the land. So you cannot call America the land of immigrants and remove Native Americans. Go and do your research and come back to argue with me.
But who founded that land? Is a land has to be tamed by. No, it's quite a frustrating.
There's no point.
Because by talking of that logic, it's a never-ending something. It applies to every land now.
Referring to natives as the first wave of immigrants.
Who founded England? You say the Vikings came in. Who was there before the Vikings? It was this. We can go all the way to Amoeba and the first man by that.
So
by
who founded
that
were they immigrants in Ilefe to that founded Ilefe? Were they immigrants over there, one man? Or you are laughing? I mean, it is. Let's just
it was God that came down, that founded Oyalafe. You know, you know that now.
Akukwabi.
Akuko, yes.
The Native Americans, they spring from the ground.
Yeah,
they came from the ground and they settled in the land, bush.
All right. So where we are we on Soludo still, or are we on this coalition that is or the Tinubu using the EFCC as an attack weapon, which was what Obasanjo founded it for anyway. He was using it as a political tool, so it looks as though that hasn't changed.
Can I say something on that?
Yeah, of course.
Whether you not believe me or not believe me, I will still say it anyway. You see, when it comes to politics, we see it play out in the United States. It's a game. You play it with every way you want to play it. Like it, hate it, it's your business. You hate it, don't involve yourself in it. You like it, join them head on. You saw what happened in the United States to Donald Trump. It works in favor of the people, it might work against them. It's simple politics. It's again, you don't know who is going to win. So, some Nigerians will say Tinubu has started weaponizing whatever against his political opponent. That's normal. I know people will not like me when I say it. It's actually normal. It now depends on those people to use it either in favor of them or allow him to use it against them. Period. And that is where good politicians come in. You see what Donald Trump did to democracy in 2024. They mocked him. They called him a criminal, mocked him. He used all those things, baptized them, dealt with them, shredded them, and dumped them in the trash can. Tambawa, whoever you people call him, Woko, Korobia, Wamborobia, this is the time for them to show the kind of politicians they are.
Hello.
You might not like it.
Hello.
But that is the truth.
One man.
They should go and show which kind of
One
politician.
man.
That thing,
One man.
they should use it against Tinubu.
One man, can you hear
Otherwise,
me?
Tinubu will use it against them. Period.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
So that's all I have to say concerning who is dragging EFCC or who is dragging P.
Hello.
See,
One man.
some
Can you
people
hear
will
me?
say he's weaponizing it against you. The problem is, did he find anything in you? If you did, he's going to use it against you. If he didn't, then you use it against him. Period. So that's all I have to say there. I know most people will not like it. They will say Zita is supporting weaponizing. There is nothing like support. That's how politics work. Period.
I think we found a strategy to handle the Digbolugis. Just pretend like you can't hear them. I think they disappear off their own speed. Prince Daddy hasn't taken the floor. So Prince, do you want to take the floor, Prince Daddy?
No, let me pass to the next person. I'll interject later.
Yeah.
All right.
Can you remove this guy, one man, please? Let's
somebody hear me.
One man. Can you remove
one man. Can I come in?
If he wants to speak, let him speak. But the one we don't tolerate is coming in, jumping in.
One man, let me speak. Let me speak. Just 5 minutes, okay, or 2 minutes. I'll let. Can you hear me now? Baba?
Okay, talk. Either here you go, talk.
Okay, see, Soludo is a zero. Soludo is Buhari economic advice.
Soludo solution.
But I ask yourself, the time it was Buhari team, what do? Doing nothing there. Don't know anything about the economy. Just making noise. They talk too much talk. Doesn't know anything. Complete 8 years or 14 years is easier. You do one factor in that man bring in Anambra State as a CBN government. No bring anything in Anambra State. You see this election,
Was it the CBN governor? Was it the CBN governor of Anambra State?
No, for federal now. You know, any
one man, Patrick, wait, one man, he has a point. You understand? He has a point there because Sanusi that took over from Soludo took some money that's actually statutorily allowed, and he used it to give northern universities. He did a lot of projects in the north. So Soludo didn't do that as central bank.
That one number one. That Soludo is a failure. He get luck because this election, Labour Party is not united. If Labour Party, Abure, listen for us. Step down long time ago. Labour Party can beat Soludo in Anambra State. You see this election, it will be done a compare for that Labour Party man in Anambra State. Just leave that thing for Soludo. He will win that election, you know. But his failure in Anambra State. Getting to 4 years now, no factory, no company, nothing. Only God use our money, go and build government launch, government house. Eh? So secondly,
What about all of these roads that we see him building all the time?
Fish Road, the one the water flush away. Push Road. Eh? Come to my place now. Come to my place. My place now. All the road now. Just when I tell you, come to Anambra Central. There's no road. Anambra Central, there's no road. That one is doing nothing there. He get luck. This election, sir, I don't know whether Labour Party they can pay or not. I don't know. He get luck. That one is a failure. And secondly, this 2027 never reach. You people, you guys that can pay for Tinubu. You going nowhere. The man going nowhere. Now, Labour obedience have office all the 37 states, including Abuja, 37 states, because Abuja now is a 37, it's a state now, according to AMEC, according to our law now. Abuja is a state now. Obedience have all the office now, including Lagos, Oyo State, all the place now they have already office center now for this 2027 election coming. If you don't know, go and verify. You know, so P2B will be our next president come 2027, whether good or bad.
Even Peter Obi has given up on the idea, so I'm not quite sure what you are talking about.
Don't worry. You see all those opposition cater, the confusion this APC people. APC people don't understand all those people doing now. P2B, you don't know party. P2B still 11 party, but you don't know plans of P2B. I cannot say plans of P2B. P2B will cut and P2B will win that election. I think we secondly, I think we never defend. I think we still remain PDP member. You never join ADCU. P2B never join ADCU. All those confusion, they know. So, don't worry. From next year, end of next year, you will see campaign. Stop campaigning about Tinubu becomes president again. No, Tinubu will never become. And so that subsidy will turn it back. We will turn that subsidy back because subsidy belongs to poor people, not to rich people.
So when Obi becomes president, he will return subsidy.
He will return that subsidy for poor people, poor masses. Not to, every state, every country in this world has subsidy.
I'm hopeful that he will tell us that when he's campaigning that he will return subsidy. We need to hear him say that.
He will block all the leakages for subsidy, corruption with subsidy. He will block it. He will return it back. Our money will come back by $1 to $1, 2028. You will see it. So
if he wins the election in 2027, the naira will become 1-to-1 in 2028.
2028, you will see our money bounce back. Our money will bounce back.
Patrick, hold on, Patrick. If you can do that, why don't we just impeach Tinubu now and make him president? If you can turn it 1-to-1, then I think I'll join that campaign. We just remove Tinubu and make him president now.
He doesn't have the power to do that.
And the people with the power now, if we all go to Aso Rock and remove Tinubu and make Obi president, and they will make $1.
It's a common citizen like you. You don't have any power. So by 2027, we will see 2028 by January, February, by maybe June.
You know what the frightening thing is? What really scares me is that you are not actually even talking. You actually believe what you're saying. That's the scariest part of it all. You actually do believe it. You know, if we were trolling, they would, if you actually do believe it. And that is the frightening part.
One man in your book.
It's unbelievable, isn't it? It's like a parallel universe, you know.
I
What
well,
what did Nnamdi Kanu say? Mad people everywhere.
well,
Mad people
this is
everywhere.
my this is my
Eh?
thought. This is my thought. Allow me to finish. I told you 2 minutes. I will left. You see, this subsidy you guys know. Tinubu say is gone. So that subsidy never gone. They still dey pay that subsidy. Go and read the paper. Punch. You know, last week, last 2 weeks, they still dey pay that subsidy. But if people doesn't, that subsidy still remain there. In March, they remove the subsidy, but they still they pay the subsidy. But I promise you, when Peter Obi came back, that subsidy we turn that subsidy full. You know, everything in that country. See, let me tell you guys. You see Nigeria, our problem is youth. Our
Oh,
problem is
one more
that
minute,
youth in
Patrick.
that
One more
country.
minute. Yeah, because I think BT
Yeah,
wants to speak. Yeah.
no, our
No,
problem is caused by youth.
involve me in your mess. Just you and him, just deal with this for now. When you get that done.
Now, it's my turn. Let me finish. Yeah, well, let me finish. So, our problem is our youth. Youth of that country is causing that problem. As you stay in London, UK, and almost for 30 years, you stay there, the sport Tinubu. The man who came took our money for 400 to $1. If you took that 400 to 1,600, you took our this thing, our electric. I say he will give us electric before 4 years. If he doesn't give our electric, he will step down. 4 years is still near. He still remain in that sorrow. All the benefits for poor people in that country, this man remove all of them. Remove all of them, including subsidy. They throw money for government. This one, Dankote, airports. Look at airports. Why don't you use that money build airport in Southeast or South? Start that airport, international airport. Give Southeast that federal project. You know these people doing business. They have don't have a sea. They don't have international airports. Why not use that money? If they want to put for Lagos now, use a build standard airport in Asaba or Southeast. You cannot do it. Everything Lagos, everything in Lagos, everything in Lagos. How long? How long you
All right.
people will stop this? How long you guys will stop this? Lagos is not only Nigeria. Nigeria have almost 36 states. Why not to bring that development for any part of that country? Is it once everybody will come to Lagos? All the headquarter of bank of that country is Lagos. Embassy in Lagos. He said Lagos they generate. Why not Lagos they cannot generate revenue? You know how much? Okay, all those small banks in Onochi, you know how much they generate for Anambra revenue? Talk less of headquarter. So no one has stopped this. Enough is enough. Tinubu can never come back in 2027. Whoever they support Tinubu, Amadioha will tie that person.
No, guy, just settle yourself down. No.
Anybody they come Tinubu come back again in that country, Amadioha will tie.
And perish all your family.
Yeah, thank you. So that was that step too far. There used to be a guy that used to come here. But back in the day, his name was Professor Data O. He was doing his PhD in metallurgy and material science, so a high-end engineering PhD. And the guy still till today is still insisting that Buhari was dead a long time ago, and the person that was president was Jubril El Sudan. So there it is. Like Nnamdi Kanu said, mad people everywhere, but certainly not mad. BT.
Okay, so let me speak on behalf of the Southeast tonight. Okay, can you guys hear me? So I'm going to advocate for
This is how you speak if you want to get things done. Okay. So let's start with, let's say we want seaport or we want airport. You don't, first of all, you don't say, well, if I take my business from Lagos, it will go down. That means it will not survive. You will say, we see the wonderful work you're doing in the Southwest. We believe that we can also we can replicate the same thing in the Southeast. We can piggyback on the opportunities you have in that region, and together we can make it work. Because that way you will get the contingent from the Southwest and the House and the Senate to support whatever bill that you're proposing. It has to, you don't make it look like somebody is losing for you to gain. Once you do it, it's human nature. If you threaten my own economic interest, I will be defensive. Even if it's illogical, that's the first reaction for people as individuals and as a collective. So it's like, I think the approach to advocating for what they want for people like Patrick is the issue. They don't know how to request or to demand or to fight for what they believe the country owes them, no matter how delusional that is. So it's the approach. If you want to get things done, you need to learn how to make friends. It's a collaborative effort. Piggyback on existing infrastructure from another part of the country. Get their support, and that's how you work. You make it happen. But this approach of always acting like if you give something, someone else is going to lose it. Nobody is going to support you, not in the political space, not when it comes to the economy and every other field. You will keep losing.
BT, have you ever wondered if these people were to be in power, will they brood any opposition? They will be beating us in the streets. Don't you think so?
Yeah, but that they have to learn to overcome that. If you do not overcome that, you will not be in charge. Nobody will trust you. That's what it boils down to. One man. I know people don't want to hear, but you need to learn how to negotiate with people and compromise. If you want me to help you, you got to help me too.
A lot of the narratives are fallacious. There's airports in the. How many times have we mentioned all
Akano
the?
India is an international airport.
Yes,
they are trying to concessionaire.
Am I requesting from Mutala in Ogun State? I know we can't get a Mutala type of airport in Ogun State, right? That's just the truth. The demand in Lagos or Abuja or maybe Port Harcourt is higher, of course.
There's the Onne port, there's the Warri port, there's ports over the south. Well, no, not southeast, but south, which is in proximity to them. The southeast is landlocked. I mean, and if they want something so badly, they can just build it. They can pull their resources together. It's just a matter of licensing. If they feel the airport is not good enough,
The government has given you every opportunity to build whatever you want to build. There's no restriction anymore. Get your own investors.
They've liberalized the power sector, so you go and build your electricity. You have
Even
an
the rail
abundance.
too.
Your FAC allocation is 3 times as much as you were getting previously. You have an abundance of money. So I mean,
let me find that video. There's this deal that was signed. I think it was yesterday or today. The 60 billion fast. What's it called? Super.
So he has finished. He's gone.
Yeah, hold on, please. There's this what's it called? High speed rail deal that was signed today.
Yeah.
Billion, right?
I think with some firm and things like that. Yeah, $60 billion.
Yeah. That people in that area work together with the federal government.
One man never finish. Why you block me now?
Really back, not my.
Hello?
Patrick, I've told you often enough time. I've told you. So somebody else is speaking, so let them speak. But let me just say this: you can push whatever narrative you like, but we don't. We have zero tolerance. No. Hold on. Just go work and then come back tomorrow. But one thing I will say to you is we don't have the threshold for either swearing or cursing. You lose an argument the moment you revert to that. That means you have no confidence in what you're saying, and then you want to turn it into a street fight. So we don't do swearing or cursing here. You know that. You've been listening for long enough.
Just 2 minutes. 2 minutes.
No, Babati is speaking now. Do you want him not to speak so that you can speak?
Over because
Babati, 2 minutes.
AZAZ or AGD or something. Go ahead.
Him 2 minutes. Now let him
Guys,
speak.
there is nothing Patrick want to say that he has never said. I beg.
Let's
please
we are
get
just
allow
indulging some kind of bad behavior.
allow me to talk gibberish, okay? You
It's not
see,
about gibberish. You are just unnecessarily disruptive, and I don't know why. I don't know why Norman is even. To be honest, I don't know why.
Baba T, let's give him the 2 minutes, please.
No, see, Zita,
Baba T, give him the 2 minutes.
This is Nigerian mentality. This is the mentality. You show up, bump the line, and we're supposed to just accept.
Why should they give him 2 minutes? And Zita, why are
they
you doing
should give?
this?
Hold on.
Have their friends.
You pleaded for him initially. He started cursing. He
It
left.
wasn't even his turn
Can
when he was
somebody do
when
that
he
one
was
to
allowed
you?
to speak last time. It wasn't
Please,
his turn.
can we
What
calm
kind
down?
of privilege is that?
When you see a new person, just give out. Just give
You are
out
not
time.
new. You are not new. You are not a new person. We know you. You are very disruptive.
I'm a newcomer here.
Wait. Can I say something?
I don't even know what you are defending.
Madam Zita, you will be saying this
hold
now.
on.
When it is time, you will say they don't give you time.
on.
Others have been waiting here. Let them speak.
Hold on.
No, it's not a matter of hold on. Others have been waiting.
He said 5 minutes. He said 5 minutes.
2 minutes. Give him the 2 minutes. Let him speak his gibberish. Let him speak his gibberish.
Patrick.
Even the time we have been debating it is already more than the 2 minutes. So
I wonder.
God help us all. Go ahead.
As international airport, people mention. You see, this international airport in Enugu is not working. He will go to Enugu now, go buy ticket now. If Lagos is 500, he will bought it in Enugu in 2,000. Who does that? Now the same thing federal government the same thing use close.
Who is setting the hold on? Who is setting the price? Guy, just set, can you hold on? Who is setting the price for the tickets?
Let me come in.
No. You made a
now federal government.
Federal government said they set the price for British Airways and
let me tell you what's happening there. Let me tell you what's happening there. You see that's Enugu International Airport. It's not international airport too. That it can never fly from Enugu to London. Never. They will buy ticket there. They will dump you in Lagos. Is it international airport? You will fly there. They will dump you in Lagos. That is not international airport. And secondly, the price. They hide the price, make people run away from there. The same thing they use close on the airport because of on the seaport, because of seaport in Lagos. Before
on the seaport is closed. Is on the seaport closed?
It closed. Nobody's going there. Nobody is going
when
there
is it
now.
Closed?
They use
just
that
as early as 3 months ago, they were reporting record profit.
Wait, let me tell you.
What is going on here now? My guy, I'm sorry, but I cannot. No, it's just enough of that. Apologies, but it's just nonsensical, the totality of it. So sorry about that, BT.
I lost my train of thought and let the next person. And just to wrap up, this is the reason why Nigeria is what it is. And you have people like AI that will support. This is the problem right now.
BT, the ignorance that this guy is demonstrating now, that is what majority of the people in Nigeria will demonstrate. You know, it's just a replica of an average Nigeria.
Simba, if you think he's ignorant, which he is, you don't get him to understand how things work in Nigeria by kicking him out of the platform.
He will never understand.
Zita doesn't understand. Is he ready? Is he ready to learn?
Hold on. Let me finish. I speak a lot of gibberish. You will not, because let me say this for everybody to hear. After the Nigerian Biafran War, most Nigerians growing up over the years are not interested in what is happening in Nigeria. All they do is to do their trade. So for them to come out now to start speaking, most times they are saying what they imagine not really what is happening. Give them opportunity to say their gibberish. And when they finish, when they finish their time, then you can make a few corrections. Period. First time, it might be difficult. It might be an argument. It might be rowdy. Because I know, I don't want to call names. I know people who come to this platform, they speak ignorantly with so much impetus and guts. And we give them time. Sometimes we do argue with them. The regular visitors.
Rational mind sense is love. Carry on.
There are regular visitors in this platform. They say they are gibberish, and then they give them long time to run and run. Sometimes they knock off the topic, come into the topic, wave it off, go to another thing, speak whatsoever they want to speak. But at the end of the day, they're coming home because we debunk them here. Most Igbos that come here to speak, or most Igbos today that are speaking on national politics and national happenstance, if you listen to them, you will know that they are actually ignorant. Not because they are ignoramus, but because they never show their interest in that area. So please.
Zita still there? Am I still here?
Can hear you.
All right. No, I concur with you, Zita. That's why I let people in. But it's some maybe in small dosages, and then we'll build them up gradually. But because sometimes it can just wear. Sometimes telling us that Honestly Port is not. Honestly Port are reporting record business, and he's telling us.
Maybe you should do like jelly.
Yeah, BT. Atigbe build deal. Sea of Ouma, the Sea of L. Ọdún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n dẹ̀ ni. Sea of L ni. Sea of Certificate of Lease. Ọdún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n dẹ̀ ni.
Oh, for in Lagos.
Ọdún mẹ́ẹ̀ẹ́dọ́gbọ̀n ni.
Mo ní pé kábíyèsí fún wọn lẹ̀ bí kan ní 2 days ago.
Ṣé ọlọ́tọ̀ fọ̀tọ̀ Ọdẹ́sọ̀yà ó ń ṣì èrè ni. Topic yẹn máa wá ń jọ kan. Ó lé àwọn ìlàjẹ kúrò ń bẹ̀. Kò pé 60 o, kò pé 60 acres o. Ní ọ̀kan bẹ́ẹ̀, but only very 60 acres.
Why?
All right, Zita and gentlemen, I'm going to drop to the back. I'll still be in the back. I was hoping Ola would take over, but I'm not sure it's logged on as a host. But I'll still be in the background somewhat. I'll take my leave now. Be in the background. Just talk amongst yourselves. Thank you.
Before you leave, I know you're a Newcastle fan, right? Hold on now.
Tuna just finish speaking before you leave.
I am not Nigeria. Why do you always call me to Nigeria?
Oh, sorry. Babati.
Now for Nigeria, you before Nigeria, no be true.
I am not Nigeria.
They sound the same.
They did sound the same now. How can they sound the same?
Boy, sound like Nigeria. Don't sound like.
So you have to finish speaking before they hand over to you, so that you won't take over and will not allow us to speak.
No. One man, are you there, one man?
I'm here.
So you're a Newcastle fan. So you're about to lose. What's his name? Isaac.
Yeah, Alexander. Yes.
How you feeling?
No, I want him gone actually because he's disrupted the summer for us, and because of his antics, other people are now. We've been rejected by so many people. I just want him gone.
Let him go.
Yeah.
You are not a big club. So the reason why people are rejecting you, one man, is because you're Newcastle. Okay, look at Ekitike that went to Liverpool. How will you see Liverpool and see Newcastle and say it's Newcastle you want to play for God's sake?
Because that's the second time he's rejected.
You don't have any pedigree. You don't have any pedigree.
We don't have pedigree. We're champions.
Yes. Champion of what?
But Isaac is not worth 150 million. No.
Well, Isaac is worth 150 million. No, Isaac is probably worth
in the present day market. In the present day market, market is inflated this year, Baba. Look at why should you sell somebody like Ekitike?
I only wish we got that set code that went.
Look at how much did Liverpool bought Florian Wirtz from Leverkusen. How much?
That was ridiculous. Now that was ridiculous.
That's about it. What about that guy that
And
went
look at the price. Brighton, that small club, Brighton is putting on that small boy Baleba. They say it's going to they are going to sell him for 112 million pounds to
Yes,
mine.
now Simba, that's the
But
problem.
what?
Because
and meanwhile, Lukman is good for what 25 million or 30 million. I don't.
I wonder why nobody is talking about
I don't understand.
Osimhen.
No,
Maybe we should
Osimhen is
be.
has already signed with Galatasaray now.
Yeah, they will pay. They will pay.
And 2.5 million every month.
All right, let me drop. Ola take over. Thank everyone.
Yeah. One man, you may be listening in the background that I heard what a barrister AI said and all those stuff, but sincerely speaking, irrespective of that our opinion, anybody that will come here that cannot tolerate others' opinion, that will just be raining abuses unnecessarily, honestly, if he comes here, I will just throw the person out of the studio. There's nothing we want to. If the person want to learn, let the person stay in the background and learn until he knows how to interact with people here publicly. You can't come here and be cursing people that are older than you. Even if those people are younger than you, don't just come here and be forcing your opinion down anybody's throat. And this kind of behavior has actually chased a lot of people away, quality commentators. I will still want to be accepting all this kind of unruly behavior. We are not going to accept. At least not when I'm the moderator. Thank you. Sorry, one man. Babati, you may continue.
No. Go ahead. You're the host now. You can reset the room. I don't know what you want to come up with.
So no, I've just been holding on for one man for a while. Just came to log in as so you may continue with the discussion. Simba, you have anything to say?
Earlier on, there was not BT that raised the issue of negotiations and all those things. That why should you? BT, was that what you are raising?
I was saying that part of the country is like if you want to get things done, you need to learn out of negotiation how to work with other people. If I want what you have, I won't say if I get it, then you lose yours. I will say we can both have it together. Create a win-win scenario every time. That's how you get people to support you. That's what I'm saying.
But if you look at it, I think the only negotiation that our Eastern people have at least they have successfully done in that country was the one they had during the independence with the Northerners. And it was successful for them because I think it was a smart one because they look at the Western region that time and say, oh, if you look at these people, they are equally as educated as we are. They are going to compete with us with everything. If you go with the Northerners, we are going to actually dominate everything. And they dominated it, works for them. It's only that they are also the one that actually use their hand to scuttle everything. They attempted the same thing in 1979. I could remember that time that MPN and UPN and MPP, Maolowo and Zik that time, wanted to have an alliance. And at the end of the day, Zik went with MPN. And they succeeded in getting some juicy, the way we used to call it, ministerial position in the MPN government during that period. The next one was they did the same thing in 1983. You understand? So if you look at it, 1960, during independence, even in 1965, if you read history, when they were about to have the general election that time, because of what was happening in the country, they had initially they supposed to have they had an agreement that they are going to boycott the election. The action group and then the NCNC that time. But at the end of the day, the NCNC participated in the election. So I think they were more comfortable having negotiation, having an allegiance with the Northerners rather than their fellow Southerners. So, and that is the same thing that you can still see that is still playing out now. So, if you look at it, in what way have you ever seen any fight between the Igbos and the Yorubas in the Western region, whereby the Yorubas will be killing Igbos? No, it's only in the north that they have been killing them, taking their business, doing all sorts of things. But they seem to be more comfortable with the same people that are doing all those things to them. So, what can you say, BT?
Well, if that approach works for them, then so be it. I'm just saying, like from looking out for, like, I don't think it's the best approach. But if that's the path they've chosen, then that's good luck to them. Then even this upcoming 2027 elections,
You can see it's already playing out even against 2027. Hey, Northerners are not happy with it, and they are, whatever the Northerners spilled out now, they echo it. They wanted it to happen, and so that is the situation of our country.
Yeah, well, let me leave
Sorry, guys. Is the African Cup of Nations going on?
And it's a home-based African Cup of Nations.
What?
They call it Chan.
Oh, it's not the. It's not. Okay.
By the way,
it's not the real. It's not the main African Cup. The main African Cup of Nations is next year.
Yeah,
January next year.
By the way, Prince Daddy.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay, you. There was one match that Sudan beat Nigeria mercilessly yesterday.
Oh, really? Yeah, I think they even lost their first match. I can't remember, against some.
They lost first game against Senegal 1-0.
Yeah,
Well,
Senegal.
yesterday I
Yeah.
think they lost by 4-0 or so to Sudan.
So who are those
Imagine
playing? What players are playing? Are they the national team? The
national team, yeah. But they don't entertain any foreign based player there.
So
okay.
By the way, can I ask you? So, what do you think about the change in the opinions of American Christians against Christian Zionists with the last? I think they shot 94 kids in the head a few weeks ago. So they're losing, your friends in that part of the world are losing support from your own base. So there's a split within the MAGA movement. The so-called Zionists are having trouble now.
The big problem, I would say, is a generational gap. Really, if it was like a decade or two ago, this chasm, a schism going on would not be a big deal. But the younger ones, they're subscribing to logic more so than I guess the spiritual or the biblical reason why
But
we
there was
support
never a
Israel.
reason. We've gone through this. There was never a bigger reason to justify supporting this current regime.
There were never what?
There's no biblical reason to support them. That's a delusion.
To support Israel, to support the existence of Israel.
No. The modern day version of Israel. If you're a Christian, we've gone through.
Well, they say I always say that kind of argument, the modern day of Israel. I don't know what that really means.
No, because like Ted Cruz was saying that he supports them because the Bible commands him to do so, right? Because if you bless it, and I've told you, even in your text, it defines what the seed of Abraham is. I've made fun of you on the platform about what that means.
Well, yeah, no. If you bless Israel,
you by definition are the seed of Abraham, right? By definition, according to the text. So it's not really describing. Okay. Yeah. So he's not referencing the government of this modern day Israel. He's talking about those that subscribe to Christian, to Christ as their Lord and Savior, which is you. So when Christians from the like 30, 40 years ago then base their support on that text, that means they're wrong. That's my point to you, that they've been wrong all the time. They were never defending the Israel, this one of the Israel based on the text, because that Bible never said that. It never described them as that. It described you as being the true Israelite, true Christ. That's my point to you.
No, it's an attempt it's an attempt by certain
I
groups
don't understand your
to
question,
erase the existence
Babati.
of the state of Israel. Oh, it's an attempt to erase the state of Israel. We see some people think, well, not like they think, there are some I guess people that do think that the Christians are the new Israel. Okay, I don't think so. I think we are distinct entities. They're the Jewish people or Israel as a nation, and they are Christians. Okay, um, that's what I believe, and I believe in the existence of the state of Israel.
That's where the split is between the evangelical, those that believe that they're the modern day Christian according to the New Testament, and those that look more into the Old Testament as to by blood covenant, whatever you want to call it. So you have that schism now between both sides, like trying to decide who is who at this point, like the spiritual identity crisis, maybe. So
I don't subscribe to that. I don't play that.
I don't understand
Because
the
it's
question.
quite clear that the state of Israel or the Jewish people, they have a role to play in the end times. Okay, according to the Book of Revelation and some other passages. So, I mean, it is a reality. We know that there was a place called Israel or Judah back in the days, and the Jewish people were dispersed around the world. Now they've congregated with Israel as a nation. So that's the reality.
The point is that they can be whatever. The point is that why do we have to support? Why do we have to support them? That's what the.
What do you mean support that? I mean, we have to bless. You say bless. You bless them. You support. It's
more like
it goes
Are
hand in
you
hand.
asking why Christians have
No,
to support
I'm
them?
not asking that. No, I'm not asking the question. Don't go that route. He knows where I'm coming from because he's a Christian Zionist on the platform. So that was to Prince Daddy to respond to. I wasn't trying to make it a big conversation, but thank you, Prince, for responding.
No, I'm just trying to understand what you're asking.
No, I'm saying that within the evangelical space in America, that I've always been supporting Israel. They've been a huge supporter of Israel over the last 40 to 50 years. There seems to be a division between I would say generations, like Prince Adi said, the older ones. Let me finish. No, hold on. Let me finish. The older ones that have always been that way. The younger ones are moving away from that belief that why do we have to support it because the Bible says it, even though they're still Christians. So there's this opinion.
Okay, this support, I don't really think is because of evangelical or we are Christians or something. I don't think, from my understanding of how I was told about everything about it, is the support is not coming because they are so-called the real Israelites in the Bible or stuff like that. I don't think that's the reason. The reason, to me and to my understanding and from what I learned, is because it's kind of the word played into their hands. And then it's like difficult for it to remember. And then you don't want to be the one that is trying to repeat history. And some kind of, they are now using it against the world. That's my own understanding about it. So when people come with this idea of they are not the real Jews, they are not the real ones in the Bible, the question I usually ask them, did Holocaust happen? You say yes. Those people, are they the descendants of those people that were named in that Holocaust? You say yes. Then that's where the problem starts. That's actually the problem. Because you see, Germany will open their mouth and say, look, what you are doing is not this thing. That's not what I don't like what you're doing. The next thing they will start shouting on how you want to do to them what you did some years back. So that's actually my understanding. Everybody is like being mum on it. That doesn't really mean that Israel is behaving well. Anyway, that's just the truth.
I get the fact that there are those that see that same position, right? But they want them removed from earth. I don't want to spread Islam as well. I've always said that Islam cannot work in the West. It's just the egalitarian nature of the West civilization does not tally with whatever Islam is proposing. So there's that angle as well, that we had under the guise of people have divergent opinion within that particular space, but that's their own gate. So I get that part. I'm not speaking to those people. I'm saying that historically you've always had support from the evangelicals in America, and there's a shift and in that space what I was referring to.
You have to look at when they were saved by Americans. Who were the first people they bonded with? When the American soldiers saved them, some of them could not even handle food in their hands to be able to put in their mouth, even if you give them that food. Then who were the people that took care of them? And who did they bond with that time? That's where that evangelical come in.
I'm not, you miss my point. I'm not saying whether it's right. That's not my point. I'm saying even that support is dwindling now, is what I'm saying.
That is on the surface, it seems as if it's dwindling.
What do you think?
But
no,
listen carefully.
We have it's like
listen. You see all these children, all these people running around carrying something and speaking, and when you sit one of them down to interact with him or her to find out whether he understands why he was called out to go to the street to demonstrate, you find out they have no idea of what they're doing.
I'm not supporting them.
No, I'm not saying you are supporting them. We're just discussing. You said the support is reducing. That's what you said.
No,
the support is going away, more especially from the younger ones.
No,
is that not what you said?
I didn't say that. I said within the evangelical space, the support is going down. These are church-going pastors.
That is what I'm saying.
I wasn't referring to, hold on now. I wasn't referring to the card-carrying guy on college campus. I'm saying that even within the Christendom, the preachers, the pastors, the church-going folk that can write the Bible from A to Z, there's a split. And Prince said it appears to be generational. So they're not enough to make their own decision. Not that they're on college campus just running up and down and they know what the hell is.
Do you know when? Do you know when we know that the support of the churchgoers and the pastors and the evangelicals in the United States has gone down on Israel? Is when any presidential candidate in the United States campaign solely on the destruction of Israel or the lack of support for Israel by the United States and win that election.
Well,
that is when I will come to the conclusion that it has gone down.
Well,
because
we have
from my own record, monitoring their presidential election, if you dare it, you will not win that election.
Wait, Prince, when is this girl running for midterm? Green, because she's been opposed to sending money to Israel.
Who?
Majority. When is she running for midterm again?
Who?
Green. She's a MAGA support. They're MAGA senators. And
you don't understand. I didn't say.
No,
I'm not talking about.
What's the name? I didn't catch the name. What's the name of the person?
Major Green.
Oh, MTJ or whatever. Yeah.
But she's opposed to sending money to Israel. They're like opposed.
Listen to me.
Yeah.
Please listen carefully when I speak. I'm not talking about what is happening on the congressional district and people running around in their congress and the senators and all those. That's not what I'm talking about. I said, and I will repeat it over and over and over again, because when you look at what is happening in the world, in the so-called ridiculous. We don't want to support Israel. We are not supporting Israel, whichever camp you are talking about. To me, it seems like an eye service is far, far deeper than what the eyes can see. Honestly, sincerely speaking, it's deeper than that. But let me say this again. I can only begin to see the downfall of rejection for Israel. I want to see a president in the United States who will campaign against them and win that election. Because the thing is not a thing of one person. It's a thing of collective agreement, which they don't want to open up to the world to know. So whatever I see, whatever they say, whatever they dance, I don't really care. I'm waiting because I've been monitoring them. The moment any of them say he's campaigning for the president of the United States and run around, because they always have their talking point. And the thing is that I will never support the state of Israel for anything. And let that person win that election in the United States, then I will say, yes, we have started. Even when he wins it, and probably he will still support them or still do one or two things for them. That is not where I'm going to. I'm going on him running with it and winning the election.
Well, I have a quick question for Sinbad. Is Sinbad still there? Sinbad, you there?
Yes, I'm here.
So, to follow up on your response the other day, what is it to be? What was the question? What does it mean to you that all men are created equal?
Okay, no, I'm just being sarcastic to Baba now. Okay, when I was talking about people that are born with congenital anomalies. Yeah, no, wait, even whether I'm being sarcastic or not, that is the fact now. We are not equal, even at birth, at any time in our life, we are not equal.
Well, see, it's okay. When we're not equal, not based on performance or aesthetics or some other such attributes. Well, to me, that's not what it means to be equal. I mean, obviously, we all are not equal per se, but when we say, at least as a Christian, that all men are created equal, that means each and everyone's life is equal to the other. There's no superior. That means you can't say,
No, we
I'm
are
going
not
to take
created
something.
equal. We are not.
Well, my point I'm making,
Equal
you
as
can't.
a human, the name is just like saying all trees are trees. That doesn't make them equal. So all
Well,
humans
I,
are
I I
humans.
realize that. So we
All
created equal
humans,
means that we created equal
all
means
humans
that
are
each person's
humans.
life is equal to the other. The
No,
life, the air that they breathe, the existence as an entity, as
no,
a human being, is
no,
equal to the other.
no,
Well, you keep saying no. I'm telling you
no.
what my
Let me
position on
tell
the
you
matter.
why. You asked me a question. Why am I saying no? The air we breathe are not equal. Because some people are created in the sense, I want to use the word create, because I will use the word create to represent born. Some people are born where the air is different. And some people are born where there is another different type of air. Human beings are not equal. But if you want to say we are all humans, that is a very accurate statement to make or accurate phrase to use. But using the word all humans are equal is actually ridiculous for somebody to use that, because even in the Bible did never told you we are equal. I don't even know where I'm talking about the arm of Christianity now. I don't even know where anybody get that one from. Because in the Bible, it said, I created them in their ways. For those, I gave the gift of prophecy. For those, I gave the gift of seeing. The good, I gave the gift of healing. For those. So,
Okay, madam, you're missing the point. You keep talking about attributes and characteristics. I'm not talking about that. Obviously, it's quite clear that we are not equal on that. Even children born of the same parents are not equal. Even twins are not equal in that regard, based on what you're saying. But in terms of, again, of existence of a life, an entity, that we are all equal. That's my point. That's the point I'm trying to make.
Thank you very much.
But what I don't even what you are talking about is you are just being philosophical. I don't know because it's not clear. Even ordinary layman cannot understand what you are talking about.
Like
But BT understands.
Simba is like equal to that guy that was here earlier.
You are not serious. Why are you using me? BT, wallahi nowhere. Wallahi nowhere. Please, Daddy, you can see your friend. See what he's saying this morning. Eh? Okay, no problem. When I did do my own. Eh?
Babati.
Yeah,
you see, somebody. I just was. I opened my TV now. I saw a comment somebody made, and the person said, he says they should. They can go back. They are finished. They can go back. Actually, let me say this: the case of Israel is in the next future. In the next 3 years, it's no longer to be a case to discuss. Do you know why? Because there will be no Palestinians there to make the argument for any reason. So when I hear people say a two-state solution, actually those things, Australia and Canada, and they say, actually to me, I think they are mocking Palestinians because it's a done deal. Those two people are not gonna stay there. So when they leave, all this, you hate Israel.
But sorry, Madam Sister, sorry.
Chairman Kenny, wow.
Huh?
I do. See, the reason why I came up here is because of what Madam Sita and Prince Daddy is saying about equal or no equal. What the Bible means and what Prince Daddy is trying to say. I say we are all equal in sight of God. Whether you are born disabled or you are not born disabled, we all have the same heart. We have the same blood go through our veins. You understand? So we have the same soul.
We don't even have the same
it's not
blood.
about
So
you
what
got
are you
black,
talking about? Let me tell you, we don't even have the same blood.
Okay,
So people have different blood. We don't have the same blood.
What is the color of your blood? What's the color of your blood? Is it green?
Do you know that some people have some blood that are not red? I hope you know.
No, I don't know that. I don't
Do
know
you
about
know
that.
what they call methemoglobinemia?
I don't know
Forget about it. It depends. Let me tell you, most of these things that people are saying, you are just display your ignorance. There are so many types of blood. Our bloods are not the same. They are not the same. No, even in terms of color. So forget about it.
Simba, you are dragging
No, you're trying to run away, Simba. Nobody's talking about blood. Listen to what he's saying. He's not talking
He
about
said
blood.
it.
You want
He
to
said
people,
that it's no.
Yeah.
It's Kenny that said. He said the same blood runs in our veins.
We have blood going through our veins.
Yes, blood is green or purple. It don't matter. We have blood. The blood that sustains us.
Some people have blood that cannot even sustain their life. So forget about it.
Simba, do we have different kidney? Do we have different heart? Do you have
Yes, yes. Your heart. Some people have different hearts. Yes, they have.
No, you can't tell me that.
Mighty, you are playing to the answer of Simba.
This is one kill me.
You see, hold on. That's what my argument was. My argument was that the air that we breathe. So it seems like I can say we have green blood or blue blood, but we all breathe air to survive or to live, right? You can't deny that.
We breathe. Let me tell you, some people were born. Let me tell
I
you.
wouldn't even argue that, to be honest. I wouldn't even argue with Simba and anybody that you talk to.
The point is that having life itself is what makes you. All these other things is not what I think. I don't know where we got from blue or yellow blood. The life itself.
I know. See, because Simba's trying to run away. That's why. It's not about. See, I did try to clarify from the onset. If you want to go with the characteristics and properties of a human being, green blood, tall, short, other things, those are irrelevant. The fact that there's somebody that's alive, that breathes air or alive as a human being, we are all equal. That's the argument I'm trying to make.
Exactly. Mr. Ali, I support you. You're right.
I don't like people just deceiving themselves. All these things is just fallacy.
Simba, can you hear me? Simba, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Remy.
Yeah, I want to ask you guys a very important question. Sorry, please, Daddy. There is this saying from NASA that they said alien is coming to our world exactly November 8th. How far is this true?
You want to run away? Is that what you're saying?
They are coming.
Yeah. So they said, look, listen carefully. This is from your NASA in America. They said alien will be coming to this world aggressively on November 8th. Listen,
they are coming to Finland.
And they look Africanized. They are tall, more than 7 feet tall, and they're coming aggressively to this world.
Where are they now? Where are they now? Where are they now? Remy?
They first touchdown in Boston.
Remy, where are they now? Where are they now?
Mid-air. They're about to land.
They are going to start landing in America first. When they destroy America, then they will destroy the rest of the world.
Let me you understand? We go
another comedy.
Go to the space. No, they may be coming truly. What if our senses of sense organs cannot really really decode them, or you understand? So we go to the space too. You understand? Like, I've always believed that human beings are not the only occupant of this planet Earth. It's solely that what we can comprehend is what we see.
The universe of planets.
Even planet Earth. I want to believe that let me say mankind, is not the only occupant of this Earth.
Yeah.
You understand? Including all those animals you see, we are not the only occupant. I believe there are some beings that we cannot comprehend. So we can only see what we have capacity of seeing. The thing we cannot see, we don't see. That's just my own personal belief.
I have a solution. If you want Prince to believe what Remy just said, just call the alien an angel. He will believe it. He will just fall for it.
Babati, do you believe from your NASA that they have a direct communication with alien as far back as 40 years ago? Are they lying?
For full disclosure, back in my days in college, I used to be those that were Area 51, and we used to drive close to that place, and we were into that space. If you know what I mean, I won't say too much. Prince knows what I'm saying. So I used to be one of those those folks that were into alien theories and X-Files and all those things. Here's my thing: do I believe there are aliens amongst us, or even from different? I definitely, if you just look at it. But do I have proof? No, I don't.
Yeah, if you call them aliens, see, of course they're entities. See, that's what I was laughing about, was that Remy was quite specific on the date and all this other thing that he was talking about. But if you're talking about the existence of entities, of course I absolutely believe in that.
Yeah.
I mean, you want to call it extraterrestrial or aliens or whatever, that's fine. There are so many. I mean, do you believe in demons, or that demons exist? Of course I do believe in that. I don't care if you guys don't believe in that. But they're entities.
They are breaking the code of staying away from humans, like the physical appearance to all, it's always been something that has never happened before, where everybody sees them together. That's never happened before. So if that happens, that changes the whole story of humans. Then we need to have a conversation about our creation, right? Because it's either they come with knowledge that we don't know, or we have something to add to them. So Prince, here's my point. If we encounter them, it's going to go two ways. If they are more advanced than we are, then we are in trouble, because they are going to then conquer and dominate you. That's what it is. So
BT, what I would say is that, number one, if we encounter them and their mode of transportation from one point to another is superior than ours, then automatically I'm going to give them an edge that they are more superior than we are.
Then they will rule over you, and that's what then we're screwed as humans. And that's what it is. So because like your guy will say, Dyson will say, anytime a higher tech has always engaged a lower civilization, the lower civilization always suffers. So let's pray that they are not as okay. If they get here first, we are screwed. That's what it is. If they get here first before we go over there, then we're in trouble. So Remy, I don't know what you have in
Babati, all those alien stuff they're in the movies, so it's not real. I don't believe in that.
Okay, let me put it this way. All of us, we are African here. And in Africa, we believe in wizards and witches and the rest. Maybe subconsciously or consciously. So if you believe in that, why are you afraid of the alien? If you can go to the space and connect through satellite, and then you improve your communication ability, don't you think there is other, because we have about 10 planets now. So don't you think at the end of the day, there are some people living there that are different from us? I don't totally believe. Yeah. I don't totally believe, but at the same time, my mind tells me something might really happen. Maybe not this year, maybe not next year, but something is surely going to shift. And when that shift comes, the whole world, everything will change. And those superpowers of today will become no superpower of tomorrow. I see that one coming. When it will happen, I don't know. Because there's a saying that a kingdom cannot rule for life. There always
so Remy, this alien, we are there now. What planet are they?
Okay. I don't know what to say.
What do you mean you don't want to? No. You must
said they are coming
Are you afraid?
He said they are coming in August or November. So which planet they are?
I don't know. Maybe they are in planet Jupiter, which is very cold. Where they cannot live there. According to scientists, the coldest planet is Saturn or Jupiter, where it's about up to minus 60 degrees Celsius, where human beings like me and you cannot live. But they say some of them are there, and they were able to withstand the weather.
The planet, the colder the planet now. So, and Jupiter is not the last one now. I think it's something like Saturn or Uranus or something like that.
I said Saturn. I said Jupiter for the later. I said Saturn. So because I did geography when I was in the high school. So
it's Pluto that is not planet.
Yeah, Remy, when you and I did geography science back then, we only had 9 planets, which I knew the acronym, right, back then. Yeah. But since then, they have discovered more planets. Okay,
you're right. You're right. Okay? In fact, I think you guys in America should know more about this thing more than me, because they always push all of these things in the public domain.
Remy is still talking of planet he learned about in 1882.
No. There is another planet they don't discover recently, maybe 2 or 3 years ago.
And when you say Jupiter is the coldest, that's what
No. Jupiter is the largest planet. I remember now. The coldest that time was Saturn, but I don't know the coldest now. But whatever, there's this. What you guys are talking about, there's a lot of mystery in this world that you cannot really explain. But if you believe in the Almighty God that we cannot see, we cannot view, we can only see His presence in us.
Maybe God is living in Jupiter.
Because the thing you cannot do anything now. Okay, you created you manufacture your vehicle. If you like, you can make your vehicle tomorrow. So there's something you don't really have power over. So
because of
I want to ask Ola and Prince Daddy, because they are the one that believe. So where is heaven, please?
Oh God.
Heaven is a metaphoric place. So it's
quickly, the answer to the question is that is a place that you might not go. Okay, so be careful.
You are not serious. You are not
Be
serious.
careful.
So heaven is in your heart. Heaven is in your heart. So
Every is foul, Simba. Every is foul. You must fight before you can go to heaven.
So heaven is your heart. It's not the firmament you are seeing. So what you are seeing up is sky and firmament or cloud. That's all you are seeing. So stratos, it's atmosphere. So heaven is in your heart, basically. That's my understanding.
No. Prince, do you agree with that? I don't think the average Christian believes that. That is within you. They believe there's a place in time.
A belief is a space where they have to go, like Prince Daddy, that after this world, that's where they are going to enjoy.
It's a spiritual place, and it is what you are missing is when Jesus was on the earth. Wait, Kenny, please wait. You see, even Jesus is with us. God is with us. Understand? After that 3 days when he died, he rose from the dead. So he has always been with us, because that is his name is Emmanuel, God with us. So he has always been with us. So what the concept of heaven is actually spiritual, and if you want to look at it from human angle, it's metaphoric. So it's not as if it's a place where they are just going to patch you like maybe the storage room.
I have a question, sir. Pastor Ola,
that's what I understand.
I have a question. So when the Bible talks about coming of Christ and he's going to rule from Jerusalem and rule the earth in the new world, does it mean this current earth, or there's a new Jerusalem somewhere?
The thing is, Jesus is already ruling.
But he said he's going to be there, like rule from.
See. You know, one thing is this: it depends on the preachers you are listening to, and it depends on how conversant you are with the Bible. So you know what many Christians have done is just to insubordinate or delegate their Bible reading and trying to search for the truth. They've delegated it to someone else. So if you should take your time and read your Bible, and someone will even tell you that, okay.
BT, when something is not real, you struggle to defend it. That's just it.
I'm not struggling. You are the one thinking about struggling. I'm not struggling. Okay, let me tell you one thing now. So people believe in that mark of 777. No, there's nothing like it. There's not going to be physical mark of 777. Go back.
What's
666 father?
Wow.
666. Ola. You don't watch movie tired. That's why you are confused now. You don't watch the beginning of the end of those things. You don't watch them tired. So when you watch all those movies, what are you supposed to do? Carry your Bible and go and
I watched this guy from Nigeria back in the days. That's good best
yes, that's why you are getting. I understand. I really understand where you are getting your own from. But
you are watching Ayamatanga, eh?
So you really need to sit down with the teachers of the world. When I say proper teachers, not just someone that will just come from nowhere and will be telling you that God sent them and will just be preaching something that will contradict Bible. See, the thing is this.
Let's say from Prince Daddy, he's a bit conversant with the gospel of Christ.
Okay, me, I'm conversant with the gospel of the devil. Okay.
Only
Prince Daddy is the pastor of the platform.
Okay, Bishop Daddy.
Bishop.
Okay, Bishop Prince Daddy. They are asking you to speak.
So, Bishop,
on the issue of heaven, right? Is what you're talking about. Heaven is real.
Yes,
It exists.
yeah, heaven, yeah,
And heaven is a place. I mean, it's a real place that exists spiritually. It's not a physical location. I don't. It's not a physical
Heaven is a
location.
place Rebi will not be.
So, Prince Daddy, a quick question for you. If you believe heaven is a place,
Remy, before you go, you can see now.
Then you come.
Hold on, no. We start not everything against I said so we see that. Is there any difference between what Prince Daddy and myself said? Is there any difference?
Sorry, I'm not following you that time. So let me ask my question.
So please continue.
Okay.
So I'm just telling those people that are not Christian that want to argue. That's what I'm saying.
So Prince, since you believe that there's a heaven and it's a mystery that everything looks so good or whatever, according to whatever you're the only pope. So do you believe that those people, those fanatics, that they believe that when they fight the holy war, there is 7 virgins waiting for them in the heaven as well? Do you believe that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, you should be asking. Simba. I'm not a Muslim. I'm not a Muslim. You should ask Simba that question.
Maybe Simba should ask the question. She answer the question then.
Yeah.
I'm not the one talking about that concept. I was one that asked the question, so you cannot be asking me that now.
Are you a Muslim? Are you a Muslim? You don't believe in that?
Simba, please. Kenny's logic, you are the alpha of the platform. So as an alpha of the platform, respond to the question. 7 virgins, heaven, please, sir.
I don't have any comment on all those things. So
what do you mean you don't have comment?
I don't have any comments.
That means you don't believe in your religion then, because as a Christian, we believe in heaven.
You know, let me tell you one thing. If you have been listening to me, anything religion, I just don't
I
actually.
understand you, Simba. Simba have an open mind. I also have an open mind like Simba too.
Prince Daddy.
They're always double faced. Today, traditionally, tomorrow, pastor.
Prince Daddy, I think we are going back to our religious topic.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, what's up? You coming for me?
We are going back. We are going back to what our forefathers participated in,
But Ola, let me ask you this thing.
All this Semitic religions from the Middle East.
If you look at the Bible, you rediscover that the concept of heaven and hell was a later part of the Bible in the book of Revelation. If you have been reading Bible all the way, Old Testament and everything, nobody talks about that until when they get to book of Revelation. Don't you think it's just an afterthought?
No, it's a lie. Not true. You're just making that up yourself.
Let me tell you one thing. When Jesus makes story of Lazarus and
the rich man,
all these things that are not direct, that people will just be not manufacturing words out of another word, is what I don't like.
How many times have you read your Bible? How many true teachers of the word have you
listened? Okay, tell me something that is direct. Don't infer. Something that is direct. Don't infer. I don't like inference.
Did you do BK? Did you do BK?
Yes, I did BK. I did BK. Yeah.
So did you ever hear that Jesus? Did you ever hear that Jesus spoke in parable? Did you hear that?
Okay. So you want to be talking in parable to us now, have you?
See what you do understand?
What's the topic you people are discussing?
We are talking. We've gone theological.
Huh?
We've gone theological.
Theology.
Theological. We are discussing theology.
Okay. I thought you people are discussing Soludo's visit.
Where did you hear that?
Madam Zita, where were you since Soludo? Well, the last time we mentioned Soludo today is more than 3 hours ago.
Simba, you know where the problem came is this, where the problem arrives is this. When you have we have different congregation, and some congregation they are able to manage the way they have hierarchy, so that by the time they preach and do things, they do it in such a way that they don't unleash confusions. But these days, someone can just come out of one reserve forest and carry bell and be telling you that God sends, without knowing someone that really mentored him into priesthood. The next thing, just preach whatever he likes. Look at the disciple of Jesus Christ. They were properly mentored. Even when Apostle Paul joined them, he didn't just jump the ship that way. You understand? When you say when you even go into the Old Testament, you will see people to
So are you
one way or
saying
the other.
now Paul is part of the apostle of Jesus Christ?
You are not listening. That's what we say. They are not listening. That's why Bible says, "Let us."
You said join them. I heard you. You said when he joined them.
I said when Apostle Paul later joined, he was
Why
mentored.
is he even being called apostle? Is he one of the apostles?
Okay, if you like, call him Brother Paul. Is that okay? So there's no point of that. I don't really see any point of argument there, because the thing is this: Simba can become an apostle today. It's part of the fivefold. Some are pastors, some are evangelists, some are prophets, some are apostles.
Okay. Ola, can you tell me? Okay, what is the difference between apostle and disciple?
Oh my goodness! Total now. Apostle, we have five folds of the ministry, how Holy Spirit manifests himself in individuals' life. Some are evangelists. So evangelists are just like conductors. You go and preach just to win soul. You understand? And they have the gift of spirit, Holy Spirit that follows them too. You understand? Then we have pastors, we have teachers, we have prophets, then we have apostles. Apostles are just like missionaries, just go to a new land, just go and find something, you understand? You just go and establish there, take the gospel to foreign land, all those stuff, So why pastor is just like someone that will be maintaining the congregation, The teacher will be the one that will be breaking the word, that when you have a teacher that will be taking the word the way it is, be interpreting word for word, go and look for references and make it clearer to you. So prophets. Prophet we don't need to define prophet for a very long time. No need for definition of a prophet. They are seer, and they have this gift of open vision. They can have vision to dream. They can have the word of knowledge, word of wisdom, all those. So there are different parts. There are people are gifted differently in the fivefold. So disciples were those people that follow Jesus Christ, that Jesus called during their own day. So, or if you like, just take disciple. If you like, you can even call yourself disciple of Jesus Christ. Just leave it for semantics. You understand? But let us focus on the function. So that's it. So what is causing confusion today is religion is not regulated. Simba can wake up tomorrow now and just go out and say, God called me. You miss it without.
Ola, something that is subjective. Yes, something that is subjective is very difficult to regulate now. It's a subjective thing now.
You see, even if you are called, you still have to be mentored. You understand? Ola,
let me also put something. Good morning. See, the question I want to ask, me, I'm also a Christian. But this idea
are you sure?
of
how do you know? How do you know you're a Christian?
Okay, I don't want to go to that. I believe in Jesus, so I'm a Christian.
How will you be? You will not know. It's a simple question. How do you know
I'm a Christian? I believe in Jesus, so automatically I'm a Christian. So
well, plain and simple. That's simple answer.
Abi, so
Any
my
follower
question
of
where
Christ, any follower of Christ is a Christian now. So
now so me I take believe I don't know whether theologians don't change them. So the question where
it's someone that asks Christ likeness. Don't just say because you follow Jesus, if you are not saved, if you don't have Christ likeness, don't even call yourself a Christian. You understand?
If I don't
you may
have
be going to church every day. If you don't if you don't believe, if you are not born again, you believe. If you are not baptized by the Spirit, you can't call yourself a Christian. You can't. Where will you get? Okay. Where will you inherit your own character?
Praise Daddy, it's like this online is becoming fanatic. It's becoming a Christian fanatic.
Put on the break right there, please. You can't listen. What you just mentioned right there, you don't need those qualifications to become a Christian. You don't need any qualification to become a Christian. You don't. So,
the question I want to ask all these churches where they open one street, we'll go get different pastors. You should say God. Now I'm going to make it be like that.
Nobody they talk now. They said some people will just come from nowhere and they will telling you that God called them.
No, that one where you they talk to, we say no come. We come from heaven or this one we want come better person. That one open your own. So the treasurer he say you lay they carry money, still go open your own. This one not be confusion.
Midwest, it's easier for us to go back to Ifa. Let us all just go back to our traditional religions. It's easier. All this confusion. I'm going back. I saw my baptism certificate the other day. You know, it's a wonderful document. The original document from God knows the 1980s. But it was of no use to me. Ifa land, Los Angeles. I've not been to a church in years now.
See the problem we got there for all those tradition. You know, tradition was of two faith. It just be like Bible. Because me, I grew for where my grandfather they practice all kind of things that time. They try to teach me things, but I don't want to concentrate. Now two faith. Now that two faith, you get what they do better things there. You get one where they feel they do negative. The one where they think they do better thing, they really hold society. They don't lose that knowledge. The one where it remain a dangerous one because of greed of money. That's another problem for that tradition, which me I observe. I'm just telling you the truth.
See, Midwest, the thing is this: every religion, every belief, as you have the real, so you have the fake. So when Arogiriba is saying we are going back to Ifa, who told you that by the time you go back to that Ifa, who told you there are not going to be some fake one among them too?
It's at least it be something we can identify with. All this religious service is becoming tedious.
Let me tell you one thing. Going back to that tradition you are saying now, you understand? You know we've lost most of those values that you are going back to, because you never know the level of damages that have been done to our
by your religion now. Is your damage that is your religion that damaged us now? It's not. So we can blame you people.
I don't have a religion. That's where you are making me say.
Your faith, your Christianity is what damaged our culture.
Christianity is a way of life.
For me,
what's your profession?
You know your mission schools and your your Islamic teachings that damage us.
Please hold on for a second.
Christianity.
Hold on for a second.
Christianity is
Arogiriba. Hold on. Arogiriba, what's your profession?
I'm an engineer.
How is your profession related to our traditional professions?
Ifa is very well understood to have discussed many ideas. So what do you mean?
How does Odufa relate? Maybe you are
how does Christianity relate to my religion? I don't. When I want to. There was never a time I was in college that I went to refer to the Bible to solve any problems. So how is that related to my religion?
Why I asked you that?
At least in Islam, we can understand that arithmetic was introduced. In the Middle East, but
why I asked that question?
Not Islam. They copy. They just copy that one. Those ones You know they. See, Ola, make I put this one. You dey hear me? Hello. Hello. Pressing my network. Okay.
You don't go. No, Mr. Ola, talk now. We are waiting for you.
Okay, Ola, see. Those
No,
traditions.
we are trying to
Wait.
be logical with what, but it's like if we are doing competition of what, so it doesn't really
Christianity. The problem we did for Christianity, make I tell you, not the way that thing, the way Africa they use them, it create a lot of problem. Even America self within the black community, now it's come up. You see this Pentecostal something where they call it tell us, say God told me to tell you, Holy Spirit say I should say. If God talk, those people here go bust. I tell you the truth. Anything that comes out of their mind, their imagination, now they just they pour out. And then the confusion day now. How can you have 10 church in one street? Children where they don't know what to be respect. They don't know no culture, nothing. When my fathers they practice their tradition, if I wake up in the morning, I'll lead down go greet my papa. I'll lead down go greet all my elders. You understand me? Even though when I get outside, any person where I found that respect, I go to transfer to them. Then go they lecture me, get where adults they discuss. One of people my mouth. Okay, look at Christianity. Pastor collect money. Children they grow up. No culture. Women don't even know our value again. That's how they practice our tradition for Benin. Adultery not it day, but it not fit day like the way it day now. You understand me? Because people they fear. People they respect their tradition and value. So not be this one where we day now where be like say people don't know left, they don't know their rights. You can do whatever you like. And at the end, look at the society, our country as a country, particularly even the north, they still get those Muslim countries, everything still they change for that side because Nigeria are syndrome.
In Midwest,
Yeah.
if I say you go swear in your governor for where the oracle day, where they talk where main first kiss something before they swear it don't go thief for
Yeah.
now. But when you so that means that that all these other religions they brought to us is not of value to our people.
Make just gather those few elders for the town. We know we be like say if they sleep, they feel go wake up somewhere. Make them arrange some kind things. Say, okay, if you say me steal our money, see what it go happen. You not go steal now. You know?
Exactly. So why don't we just go back to the traditions that benefit us? Why are we deceiving ourselves?
The thing be say we don't to go far. I don't know whether we still revive those things. Now be the thing where they even that tradition, not be saying not to worship Juju, but there are basic principles.
Yes.
That tradition.
Let me tell you something. You that you talk about all those people who they use that all those our tradition when they get all those juju, go they take her up, go they take do bad thing, go they take do money ritual, go they take. So where are they coming from?
See,
so
when did you do?
Hold on,
no mistake. Make I say something.
Hold
on a moment. Ola,
you can go
wait.
Say, no, we're not going to let someone talk and say, hold on a moment. Let me land.
Okay, land your point. Make I respond.
So the question is this, Arogiriba. I ask you a simple question. All those people who they do money ritual, who they do all those bad things, who they do bad jazz, who they do some kind of bad things with all those things. You understand? Where are they learning it from?
You know that a lot of those individuals, when you say they'll hear that's one afar or one woli. So those people actually they're not part of our tradition, and that's why I'm calling it tradition. I'm not calling it religion.
Don't
those I want that those people that no.
You are speaking English with British accent. You respond to Ola. Wait, you take it accent. Hold on.
Can I respond to you?
We come to you, Midwest. Hold on. Arogiriba, you are using British accent to speak English. Me, I'm using the Kitty accent to speak English.
It doesn't diminish the fact that I you know.
I'm just.
It doesn't change anything. Said he's a Yoruba man.
That is what you call it English.
I'm quite perplexed.
I'm using the Kitty accent to speak English, and he's using British, and he's competing what is see? Let me tell you one thing: for every practices, whether medical, whether engineering, you understand, whether traditional, everyone used to have their own fake. Everything cannot be 100%. Even our traditional that you are saying, you understand, there are some good ones and there are some evil ones. That is why some people came and say, look,
okay,
Babalawo is different from Onisha. You understand?
Allah, make I respond to you.
So all of them now, you see Christianity is a problem of Christianity is not a problem.
See what they guide mankind when they think they productive. Their conscience. And that conscience, if it's alive, there are society things they want to do. They're not going to do. The Western world where you did. When you relate with them, even when I make a lot this point for you, when you relate with these guys, there are things you go say, they do. They say law, say no. You go say, and they just tell you, oh, no, that one is forbidden. So they don't feel quota, but the chapter way they'll tell you the law. It's like they are connected to that tradition of their land. That's why they are Europeans or of law-based system. Now, when we were growing up in a society where our consciousness of our fathers were connected to the tradition of their land. Don't do this, and every one of them they tell you don't do carry consequences. You said the most difficult people to deal with are the witches and wizard power. Yet inside that tradition where I grew that time, there are ways to deal with them. I'm telling you, and they will scare. Even when people, those are spiritual things that you cannot even deal with physically. When it happens, there are ways they can subdue them. But yet, we lost all of them. Children growing up today, you can see the confusion. The church, they were unable to establish tradition for us. It's not Bible that told the Yoruba man or Yoruba woman or Benin woman that adultery is forbidden. No, it is our culture. The kind of society our forefathers were operating. It is not the Bible.
Ola, can you reason with what Midwest is trying to say? He's talking about cultural and values.
It is not.
Honestly.
Wait, Ola, it is not Quran. It is not.
Wait. I think what he's trying to say, just wait, Midwest. What he's trying to say is this. You know, when we were doing our own cultural, when we are still holding on to our cultural values, you understand all those things that they imbibe in us and the fear, because let me tell you, all religion instills fears in people for them not to misbehave. All religions does that. Now, in our own concept, they know that, okay, if you do this, this is the consequence, and people fear it. And so it's treating people, it makes people to behave very well in the society. But now that somebody brought something that are alien to us, that are not actually ours, they have diluted our belief, and it's also one of the reasons why people are misbehaving. And that's why we lost our belief, our cultural value and everything. And that's why we have this chaos that we are passing through now. It's not only peculiar to Nigeria. I think it's a black man thing. Because we don't have an identity again.
Anymore.
We have lost our identity.
Again.
Simba, let me
Ola, wait, make I add this one.
Where may someone they respond to now?
Okay, respond.
Simba,
respond now.
Let me tell you something. I'm not saying all those things never existed. And I'm not saying they are not existing. That's not even the point. But blame trading is for us that we are not even trying to even understand our problem. We like to blame everyone else, everything else for our own.
No, this is not a blame. We are trying to, this is not a blame. We are trying to actually look at where our problem lies. If you don't know where your problem, you won't be able to find solution. Where nobody is blaming anybody. We are blaming ourselves. It's our problem.
Who were those people selling our people into slavery?
That is a
I
different
get it.
thing
Ola,
I
don't
get
let
entirely.
us
it.
go into if that one. It
Mr.
has happened.
Ola,
It has happened.
Mr. Kiyoko, sir.
Don't
I
tell me it
don't,
has happened. It has
know.
happened.
Even in the Bible, even in your Bible,
We were,
okay, and
we
in the
were,
Ola,
Quran, it discusses
Ola,
slavery. So I mean, it is nothing
yeah.
peculiar to
Ola, I want
any
to ask Ola
religion.
question. Ola, those
The
people who Ola, people who can't they buy people for
Ola,
Africa that time.
don't see it.
When
Don't
they
see what we
transport
are
them,
saying as an
waiting
attack.
them they
The
hope
way
for
Ola
hand
is
of the
defending
Bible.
this is seen it like an
Huh?
attack on Christianity. No, it's not. We are not talking about Christianity. We are talking generally now. Don't see
that's
it as
just
an
not true,
attack.
Simba.
But the way you are
No, Simba,
defending,
that's not true. You are not just getting. See, let me tell you one thing. One thing you don't know is this. What you don't know is this. I see, understand all the traditional principle done because some people are hearing it on social media today, and suddenly they are campaigning. That's why I was just being metaphorical when I was telling Arogidigba the other time that even it's not even Arogidigba now, it's Arogidigba. You understand? Even from the way he even translated the language, he has even lost the language itself. It's Arogidigba. There's nothing like Arogidigba. You understand? So what I'm saying in essence is this: because we listening to this thing on YouTube and we are picking it up, I will start promoting. I'm not saying you should not promote, but don't come here and now pretend as if you really understand the domain the way you are saying it. I'm not saying you should not do it. That's not even my point. Everybody to his own.
okay, Ola,
Everybody to his own.
let me ask you this question.
But
Let me ask you
don't
this
blame
question.
others
What is
for your
your
own failure.
you wait now, Ola? Let me ask you this. I know what your answer is going to be, but I just want you to say it on your own. If you are to choose, if you are to choose between what you are doing now and what we used to have before, which one are you going to choose? Which one do you think is the best for you?
I can only choose what I understand. I can only choose what I understand.
So which one
You
do you
understand?
understand? So which one do
Christianity is
you
what I
understand?
understand.
Which one do
Christianity
you
is what I
understand?
understand.
I know
Christianity.
that's what you are going to choose. So
No, let me be sincere. See, Simba. Let me tell you something. Both father's side and mother's side, they used to do Ifa. As a matter of fact, my paternal grandpa had a son. But
no,
right
you don't
in
need
the
to give us
lifetime,
that story, Ola. You know where I'm coming from. Let me tell you where I'm coming from.
I'm
No,
driving my point of
no.
view.
We don't just don't take us because you said it's only Christianity. So well, don't take us to something that you say you just said it now that you don't understand it. So don't take us to what you don't understand. So don't tell us story about whoever practices Ifa or not. You don't understand it, and you just told us now that you don't understand. It's only Christianity that you understand. That's why you choose Christianity. But what I want to say is this: if you look at the whole world, people that remain, that chooses to follow their cultural values and belief
They progress.
are the ones that are developed.
The
They
Jews are
progress.
number one.
People that chooses something that is that, yes, they speak their language, they do their religion, they do everything that belongs to them. They are more progressive than the people that now choose to follow what is not their own. In terms of whether religion, whether in terms of culture, whether in terms of even language and everything. So they are the one that are crawling. So that's the way I view it. So whatever you want to
So
say, whether you said is no other.
Simba, you see where the problem lies now. We like your
Where
shifting
is the
blame.
problem?
Let me tell you one thing, guy, just hold on.
It's not a blame. We are not blaming. Why are you looking at this as a blame? We are not blaming anybody.
Hold on. You said people that choose their own, that's why they are progressing. And I'm just telling you, there's a difference between your religion or your traditional practices and your education. You understand? There's no
Difference. There is a link. Let me tell you,
oh
there
my
is a
God.
link. That is, in
This is
fact,
type of
they are
argument I'm bringing.
interwoven. So
argument that I just want to
Hey,
say my
you
own
just
and just
want to
leave that
follow your own line now. You just want everyone to follow
I'm
your
not
own line.
following my
How can you
line.
tell me
But
that
that is how they
your
confuse our
knowledge?
forefathers. They confuse our
Ola,
forefathers.
look, I want to also
Ah.
come here. Ola, look at it this
Guys, I
way.
won't go sleep, I beg.
You see,
Let me tell you,
some of the greatest challenge.
my daughter,
Some
my
of the
10 years old daughter, just
I say my network don't scatter.
continue midway.
Hello.
Say what you are saying.
Yeah,
Continue what you are
if
saying.
you look at it very well, I am also a believer like him. That does not mean I don't want to practice that kind who this Christian where you cannot ask question, also sit down and reason on your own. Like, okay, let's really talk about people that can talk of some levels of civilization as black people. Maybe their ancestors runs empires and kingdoms. If they were not having traditions and, teaching their children to have this kind of, to be conscious of how they relate with others, they won't be able to run those kingdoms. It will be chaos. Okay, as a Yoruba man, as a Doma, it is not the Bible and Quran that told us not to go after another man's wife. These are traditions our fathers and our forefathers practice, and doing so, they will tell you the consequences of violating it. I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying. We lost those, that connection to that consciousness. When the Bible started, Idausa was in Benin. What was he preaching that was in the Bible that was not in existence in the tradition of Benin? One, apart from just believing Jesus. If it is prophecy, we have native doctors that can throw something on the ground and say, all this problem will for your family, your children, just ask your wife the kind of work place she has been to. You people should go and ask her. They will question the woman, and then she will confess she committed adultery. Is that not part of the prophecy?
Midwest, just hold on. See, you guys, the thing is this. The reason we Africans
But
are not
we also
developing.
wait, Ola. I am not saying that side was perfect, but the
You
kind of
start for 4 minutes
Christianity
and I
they
say, let me interject,
established.
and you are just
Let me
saying
land
finish
this one.
Ola.
Wait now, let me have this one. You always call somebody up. The kind of Christianity